You, two, two, you. 1, 2, you, you, you. You, two, you, two, 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 you. 1, 2.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, we're about to start. Can everybody take their seats, please? I'll give you a minute to just take your seats. Baie dankie. Okay. Yeah, this thing's not moving now. What is this now? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As Thank you very much. Baie dankie. Welkom aan almal. Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming to our meeting. And we hope that we will be able to share important information with you today regarding economic development, specifically in Eersterust. The Department of Economic Development is here with all of their agencies, and they're going to provide a report back to you, and you will have an opportunity to ask questions. U sal geleentheid kry om ook om vrae te vra aan die departement en al die agentskappe wat ekonomiese ontwikkeling moet moontlik maak in Eersterust. So the first thing I have to do is to declare this space a GP legislature precinct. I, Anton Alberts, chairperson of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declare the Eersterust Civic Centre, Eersterust Civic Centre, Eersterust Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56(1) and 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, version 5, revision 8, read together with section 2(1) and section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. Thank you very much. Baie dankie. So, the meeting has officially been opened, and I want to take the opportunity to welcome the members of the committee. And I think we can start from this side. The members of the committee just introduce themselves, please. Thank you very much.
Goedemorgen, good morning. My name is Ramonda Abrams, and I'm a member of the Committee of Economics. Thank you.
Good morning, goeiemorgen. I'm Mike Moriarty. I'm a member of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Nazli Sharif, and I too am a member of the Portfolio Committee of Economic Development.
Dumelang, lebitso la ka ke Thulani Kunene, ke member ya committee ena ya economy.
Madume, Matsiriso Mfiko leloko la committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, goeiemorgen. Apologies for that. My name is Ayanda Ali. I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Yes, member Ngibeni.
Morning everyone, my name is Franz Ngobeni. I'm also a member of the committee.
Thank you very much, Member Franz. We want to also welcome Councillor Lawrence, who's the councillor in this ward here. And we want to also welcome any other councillors who might be visiting here today. In terms of apologies, I will hand over to Victoria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and members and the public. I've got 3 apologies. One from Member Dilebu, he's out of the country. Member Evans attending Health Committee, and Member Lutolo, he's running late. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I will now give Councillor Lawrence an opportunity to say something on behalf of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everyone can hear me. Kan julle my hoor? Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I am Benjamin Lawrence, the Ward Councillor for Ward 43. And it is my duty to welcome everybody here. Firstly, I would really like to extend a welcome to the committee, the Provincial Committee for Economic Development, that is led by the chairperson, Honourable Alberts. So thank you for gracing us with your presence, and all other members of the committee. Colleagues, thank you so much that you are here in your oversight capacity to present what you are going to present to the community. I'd also like to extend a welcome to other members of the department itself that are present in the legislature. And locally, I noticed some of my colleagues here, many of my colleagues that are councillors within the city of Tshwane. Colleagues, welcome. You all know who you are. And then also our community, our religious leaders, our traditional leaders, our leaders from different entities, and just the community at large of Eersterust, welcome. And everybody else that is not from Eersterust that I haven't mentioned, welcome. And thank you all for being part of this very important process. My part is very small, Chair, and I just would like the committee to note that it's a very nice setup that you guys are having here. And as this department is responsible for developing an economy within communities such as Eersterust, I am hopeful that in the future that this will actually, play out as it is said by the department. Because, for instance, all of the service providers for this event here are not from this community at all. And it is concerning for me as the ward councillor, because remember, when things like that happen, I am the first person that fingers get pointed to. So I'm really a bit disappointed about the way that this, the event has come to this point. But it is important that this event does take place. And it is important that the Department of Economic Development do indeed develop our economy, because we do have people that do engage in business in this community, that are capable, that are qualified, that have what is needed for them to be able to also partake within the economy that this department presents to them. So I do make an appeal that please this be, I was going to speak much harshly, but I would like to appeal that please this be looked into and investigated, because I do believe that we were given a raw deal as a community. We did not get what was due to us as a community. Our businesses did not benefit as long as this, as this department has been in existence anyway. But thank you, colleagues, and I know as the political leadership within this department in Gauteng, and in your role and oversight, that you would assist us in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Yes, we do take note, and that's why we're here. We provide oversight over the work of the department, and we must ensure that the department does its work properly, and that the benefits and opportunities that must go to the community actually do go to yourselves in Eersterust. So that's why we're here today, and you will also have an opportunity to provide input in that regard. To get going, let's adopt the agenda, members. Can I have a mover for the agenda, please?
I'm moving.
Thank you, Member Abrams. And
I second.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you very much, Member Kunene.
Member Lutswalo is here.
Member Lutswalo, welcome. You may just introduce yourself as well. Thank you very much. Goeiemorgen. Very well done.
In Eersterust, we can't take chances. We must greet the proper. Goeiemorgen. Hoe gaan jullie? Okay, man. Thank you very much. My name is Ezra Lutswalo. Let's rock, man, and have fun, man. You are too tense, man. Yeah? You can't be this tense, man. Thank you very much.
Lekker. Dankie, Member Lutswalo. Thank you very much. So, thank you. The agenda has been adopted, and we'll ask the Acting Director General, Maui, to proceed with the presentations from the department and the agencies. I hand over to you. Thank you very much. Let me just add, we're going to deal with the fourth quarterly report for the 24-25 financial year of the department and its entities. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the Honorable Chair, and good morning to the Ward Councillor. Good morning to all honorable members of the committee, and good morning to all the members of the community who are here to receive what we have done in the fourth quarter. Chair, if you allow me, let me quickly indicate that we do have a team from the department and agencies of the department. So we will be able to start with the department and subsequent will then invite all agencies to present to the community. I take, Chair, what the ward councillor have said, that what should be done. I must indicate to the ward councillor that we have had a long discussion with the municipality, the metro, that we need to combine the resources to be effective for all our communities. So we have met with them, we are meeting with the national department to say we can crowd the resources in one place and we become impactful in a way that we can deliver for our communities. But Chair, let me not waste time. Let me start with the department. Oslebo would lead us to present for the department, and subsequent would invite all agencies to present, and then we can engage. Can I invite you, Oslebo?
I would just like to ask the audience, sorry, DG, can you hear him properly?
We couldn't hear ourselves.
Okay.
There's a problem with the sound.
It's the mic.
So there's a problem? Okay, so we don't hear properly on this side, but I just want to hear, ladies and gentlemen, julle hoor goed genoeg. Nee. Moet hy bietjie harder? Louder. Okay, let's just quickly try to sort out the sound. Tabu, can we just quickly have a look at that, please, before we continue? I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. I take the also they've had me. I take community, you are able to hear me. Okay. May I speak Afrikaans? Would that be fine? Okay.
Okay, so the sound doesn't travel all over. So we just need to up the sound a little bit. Just wait a minute that we can do that. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. What we normally do in the legislature, because we have people from different faiths, is to have a moment of silence. But I do gather that most people here are Christian. But let's have a moment of silence. So while they're fixing the sound, because we have people of different faiths here at the table as well, let's have a moment of silence.
No. Hold on.
South Africa and facing even Eersterust. We pray in Eersterust. There's all religions in Eersterust. But we pray for one God. Please just pray.
It's not easy again. It's not easy again.
I hear you discuss this with the committee while we wait for the sound. Okay, thank you very much. So, Simon, right? Napoleon, will you open with prayer? Thank you very much. Can we hand him a mic, please?
Give him the mic.
Can we just bow our heads? If we ever kept on Woman is fine, but just take your head. Dear Father, we acknowledge you as God of our lives. We want to say thank you for the night of rest. We want to say thank you for the help. We want to say thank you for your love, your kindness, your mercy, your grace, your peace, your word that lead us on a daily basis, dear Father. Thank you that you have bring us safely to this place in the Civic Center. And I pray and I ask, Lord, that you will be with the chair and the members that will address this community and other communities in Eersterust, dear Father. Give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that is above, dear Father. And be with us so that this meeting, dear Father, can be in an orderly manner, dear Father. And help us, Lord, always, dear Father, to acknowledge you as God of our lives. We pray this, Lord, come and bless us. We pray that in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much for the prayer. And now we know the proceedings will be blessed and we will find answers where there are problems. Thank you very much. We act in faith, even in difficult circumstances. Right, let me just hear about the sound. Also, I just want to let everyone know that there's translation services here. You can't, okay, can you hear me now? I'm sorry about that. So we have translation services. For those who need any translation devices, just put up your hands. And then there's different channels for different languages. On channel 1 we have English. On channel 3 we have Setswana and Sepedi. Channel 2 isiZulu and isiNdebele. Channel 5 Afrikaans. Channel 4 Tshivenda, Xitsonga. And then, of course, there's sign language on the screen as well. Right, so you're more than welcome to receive the translation devices, headphones, if you need any. Thank you. Looks like they're working on the sound. DG, do you have the microphone, the roving microphone? Acting DG? Okay. Most of the presentations will be made from the front. So the sound is much better from up here. You can hear me when I speak, right? So most of the presentations, or all of them, will be done from this side. So Acting DG, I think I'll just hand over back to you to do the introductions, or are you ready to do the presentation? Okay. Thank you very much. You may continue. So this presentation is on behalf of the Department of Economic Development. You may go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough. Good morning, members of the committee. Good morning, HOD, DDGs, CEOs, colleagues from the department as well as from the entities and the community at large. My name is Lebogang Sishabela. I'm from the Department of Economic... Sorry, just speak a little bit louder. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. My name is Lebogang Sishabela. I'm from the Department of Economic Development, responsible for monitoring and evaluation. I'll be taking you through the departmental performance for the fourth quarter. Okay, in this quarter under review, we had 21 indicators that were planned for, and of the 21 indicators, we have achieved a total of 15 indicators, and 6 of which were not achieved. And in terms of the percentages, our overall performance, we were sitting at 71% achievement and 29% non-achievement. The 29% non-achievement indicators are from Program 2, which is Enterprise Development with 2 indicators, Gauteng Liquor Board with 1 indicator, Agency Oversight and Governance, where we are looking at the implementation on entities programs. We have 2 indicators that were not achieved, and under inclusive economy, only 1 indicator was not achieved. So this slide is a presentation of the departmental performance per each program as well as per business unit. So we have 5 programs from Program 1 to Program 5. Our first program on Program 1, administration, we've achieved all our targets at 100%. Program 2, we didn't achieve the targets that were planned. And Program 3, on sector and industry development, we've achieved all the planned targets. And Program 4, on business regulations and governance, this is where we're looking at the performance of consumer affairs, agency oversight and governance, Gauteng Liquor Board, as well as strategic partnerships. We have a overall achievement of 75%, and for inclusive economy under Program 5, we're sitting at 50% achievement. Now, if you look at the performance per each business unit, for financial management, we had 2 indicators that were planned for, and they have been achieved as planned. And for enterprise development, we had 2 indicators, and those were not achieved as planned. Under sector and industry development, we had 3 indicators, and all indicators were achieved as planned. For consumer affairs as well, 3 indicators planned for, and they have been achieved as planned.
Sorry, I think this is making a noise there. I think it's about giving feedback. Can you speak a little bit louder as well?
Is it? Okay.
Because I think it's just a bit too soft.
Okay. Apologies. I hope I'm now audible enough. And for agency oversight and governance, we had 4 indicators, and 2 have been achieved and 2 not achieved. And for Gauteng Liquor Board, we had 4 indicators planned for, 3 have been achieved and 1 not achieved. We're sitting at 75%. And under strategic partnership, the 1 indicator planned for has been achieved as planned. And for inclusive economy, we had 2 indicators, and 1 has been achieved and 1 not achieved. We're sitting at 50% achievement. Now, this slide is the reflection of the performance for the group, which means for both the department and its entities. And when we look at the group performance, we're sitting at 83% achievement and 17% non-achievement. I am not going to go through the performance for programs because I've already alluded to in the previous slide. And for entities performance, under Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, we had 34 indicators, 28 have been achieved, 6 not achieved, and we're sitting at 82% achievement. For Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, a total of 14 indicators, 12 have been achieved, 2 not achieved, and we're sitting at 86%. And for Gauteng Gambling Board, your GGB, we had 18 indicators planned for, 15 have been achieved, 3 not achieved, and we are at 83% achievement. For Gauteng Tourism Authority, a total of 19 indicators planned for, 15 have been achieved, 4 not achieved, and we're sitting at an overall achievement of 79%. Cradle of Humankind and Nugain, they've achieved all their targets that they planned for, which were 14 in total, as well as TESAS, they've achieved all the indicators that they planned for. Now, when we zoom into the actual performance on the indicators that were planned for the department, the first indicators on the supplier of invoices that were paid within 15 working days, we had a total of 320 invoices that were submitted to the department on work that has been done for the department, and all of them were paid within 15 working days. When we look at the percentage spent on women-owned businesses, we had a target of 40, and that as well has been achieved as planned. Where we didn't do well is on Program 2 in terms of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, Goods and Services sourced from township enterprises, as well as the 30% that was planned for under the value distribution of township enterprises from infrastructure project. The reason for that is that both indicators were not achieved because of the township enterprises could not match the services that were required by the department and its entities. Now, going to our program 3, which is sector and industrial development. On the indicator on the hub supported in Gauteng, we had planned to support 2 hubs, and those were supported as planned. The one from Spreadview Hub with 15 beneficiaries, and the other one from Vereeniging Hub with 15 beneficiaries who were trained in contact center skills, as well as equipping them with necessary competencies so that they can be in a position to secure jobs once they have been provided the skills. And in the long run, what the department is looking at is to ensure that those beneficiaries that have been trained, they are also given permanent employment. We also have an indicator on the pre-feasibility studies, wherein we have 2 pre-feasibility studies that were undertaken to support the smart microgrid partnership, and those have been achieved as planned. And these studies, they were used to, they evaluated the key technical, environmental, and socio-economic factors to determine the potential success of implementing the smart microgrid solutions. Now, we've also supported 5 sector development programs, and we've implemented those programs as planned, and they are as follows. The first one is on furniture manufacturing program, and our key achievement under this program is that 24 individuals received technical training in furniture manufacturing. This was under the skills development project, and we also have the enterprise support program. And this program was targeted to assist 33 SMMEs by improving operational efficiency and fostering innovation, and also to provide them with market access. And as a result of that, the SMMEs were in a position to collectively generate 7.8 million in revenue generation. And this also led to the creation of about 41 jobs, as well as 191 jobs which were sustained. And the next program under this support was on last mile delivery programs. And the key achievement on the last mile delivery programs were as follows. We had the skills development and licensing program, wherein 280 candidates successfully completed their motorbike driving training and obtained their K53 licenses. We also had the enterprise support program, wherein 215 businesses were established. The third program was on the drone pilot skills program, and our key achievements were relating to the training and certification that was provided. And this, the results of that was that 15 candidates completed their radio examination board theory training, as well as 12 candidates completed their remote pilot certification theory training. We also have seen that nine candidates have passed the practical skill test and obtained their RPC and aviation licenses in this training. The fourth one, it was on the chemical support program, and out of that, the key achievement were as follows. Under the enterprise support, 11 SMME were supported, and collectively they generated 237,000 in revenue. The second project was on job creation and sustainability, and the program successfully sustained 8 jobs, contributing to the employment sustainability within the sector. For market access support, 10 SMME received training on market access support. The last program was on the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear program. And the key achievement under this, it was for the entrepreneur support program, and 15 SME were recruited within this program. The next slide is on the performance under the program called Consumer Affairs, wherein we had planned to support or to train 100 SME to comply with Consumer Protection Act, and that was done as planned. We also had 2 cases that were to be adjudicated in the Consumer Affairs Court, and the 2 cases were adjudicated as planned, and the 50 youth were recruited as consumer champions in the township as planned. The next performance is on the Gauteng Liquor Board. The Gauteng Liquor Board had planned for 3 indicators in this quarter. The first one, it was on the Gauteng Liquor Industry Transformation Charter, which was produced. And the main aim of the charter was to transform the liquor industry, especially the small industry, so that they can be able to compete with big liquor industry manufacturers and distributors, such as your Heineken and your South African breweries. The next one was on the LGBTQIA+ workshops that were conducted, the awareness workshops that were conducted, and those were conducted as planned. And the main aim of the workshop was to ensure that they educate the group, which are the LGBTQIA+, on the harmful effect of alcohol abuse, as well as the various processes of the Gauteng Liquor Act. And we also had an indicator on the regulatory compliance by the liquor industry, which was also achieved as planned. We have achieved the 15% as planned. The next indicator, it was from strategic partnership, wherein we had to generate revenue, and the target was to generate 1.3 billion in revenue, and that was also the revenue was collected as planned, and the main aim was to ensure that my apologies, on the 1.3 billion revenue through the strategic partnership, the department successfully unlocked the 1.3 billion of economic revenue, and of this, the 1.1 was from Heineken, and the 200 million was from Absa Bank. What we have not done well is on the revenue that was collected under the Gauteng Liquor Board. We had planned to collect 80 million of revenue. The department was only able to collect 73 million, and this was because of the current economic climate that had a negative impact in economic generation under GLB. The next indicators were implemented under the AOG, which is Agency Oversight and Governance. We had a total of 4 indicators. The 2 indicators that have been achieved, the first one, it was on the governance compliance and by entities, and we had 48 indicators, and all of them were achieved as planned. On the next indicator was on the Auditor General recommendations, which were implemented by the entities. We have a typo there. We are sitting at 100% achievement because we had 60 Auditor General recommendations, and those have been implemented as planned. And we are now sitting at 100% achievement with an overachievement of 5%. Where we have not done well, it was under the indicator on performance of DED entities on targets that were planned. The overall total of indicators for entities, there were 109, and we were only in a position to achieve 94 4 of those indicators. And our target for the department, we had a target of 90% and we achieved 86%. The reason why we could not achieve all the targets is because of some of the procurement and contractual processes in terms of the infrastructure project were delayed. The next indicator that was not achieved, it was on the expenditure of entities against the allocated budget. We also had a target of 90%, we could only achieve 85%, and that was also because of the infrastructure projects that could not be implemented as planned because of mainly the delays from the procurement processes as well. And when we look at our last program 5 under inclusive economy, we had 2 indicators. One that was achieved, it was on the township economic development projects that were implemented, and the programs that were implemented were 5, which is the township retail program, the installation, repair and maintenance program, the taxi economy program, the broadband program, the enterprise and supply development program. Out of those 5 programs, we had 13 projects that were implemented, and they are as follows. Under the township retail program, we had only 2 programs that were implemented, and those are the Spaza Shop Compliance Awareness Project, as well as the Spaza Shop License Project. And under the installation, repair and maintenance program, we have a total of 5 projects that were implemented. The first one was on welding skills development project, and then we had the plumbing skills development program, we had the electrical skills development program, bricklaying skills development program, as well as the machinery maintenance skills development program. Under the taxi economy program, we have the following projects, 2 of them. The first one was on last mile delivery project, and the second one was on the automotive skills development project. And for broadband, we had a total of 3 projects implemented. The first one, it was on broadband infrastructure development skills, deployment skills development program, and market access project, as well as the township informal settlement and hostels project. The last one on enterprise and supply development, the one project that was implemented was on the hair salon and beauty project. Now, where we have not done well, it was under the indicator on the township coverage on with broadband. We had a target of 15, and we were only able to cover 10 townships. The reason was that this was a project that was implemented by our stakeholders, and some of the projects that they ended up implementing in the quarter were townships that have already been implemented in the previous quarters. So we only had new townships that were covered at a total of 10. When we look at the budget for the department in the quarter under review on the budget that was allocated, we were in a position to spend 98% of the budget that was allocated. I'll go to the slide on the GOD in terms of the GOD in the township economy, as well as SMEs, as well as local procurement. In this area, the department has done well, and for the spend on female, we were at 40% as planned. On youth spend, we were at 30% with an achievement of 10%. And on triple BEE, we exceeded the target of 80 by 7, we were sitting at 87%. On SMME, we exceeded the target of 50 by 17%. Where we didn't do well, it was on the spending on PWD as well as the TER. The reason why we could not spend on these two aspects, it was because of the limited TER and PWD services provider on the database who could offer services to the department. This leads me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. This was a high-level technical presentation of the quarterly budget and how it was used and expended. So we're going to change a little bit how we now present the agencies and further work of the department itself. Under the leadership of the acting DG, they will explain exactly what the department does, what programs they have in place, how they implement the Township Economic Development Act, what are the advantages and opportunities that flows from this act specifically for the people of Eersterust, and what the specific entities do that work under the department in that respect. So with that, I'm going to hand over to the acting DG to speak to that. And once we've done with all the presentations in that respect, we will then give you an opportunity to ask questions, make comments, and for us to hear whatever problems you may experience that we need to deal with. Thank you very much. Acting DG.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for allowing us to do it differently. We thought the presentation is too broad, so we want to request that we bring it closer to the people of this community and say exactly what the department is doing here. And therefore, we want to request that the CEOs of different different units of the department, agencies, must indicate what do we do here and what do we want to do for the future, so that we can trace our footprint here, not everywhere. The report covers the entire quarter for the department, but it's short of explaining exactly what are the issues that we are doing, including what we do outside, which is Expo, that we want to provide support to the community. It's the Youth Month. The department must also say, what do we do for the young people of this area? So in that, Chair, I'm going to request that we start with JEB. JEB is Gauteng, JEB, Gauteng. The propeller is here. It explains what we do and what can we do for the future. But for the quarter we have presented, also say what work have we done in this community. And subsequent, we'll then invite other agencies to speak, and the department will summarize at the end what is the plan for the future for this community. Chair, if you allow us to be specific to this community, it would help this meeting.
That will be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Good morning to the Portfolio Committee Chair and Portfolio Committee members, the CEO of entities, the DDGs, and the community of Eersterust at large. I will be presenting the work of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which is the entity of the department that is responsible for supporting small and micro and medium enterprises in the Gauteng province. We assist the SMMEs with the intention of them to be growing and becoming sustainable. And in the long run, we want to see them not remaining startups, but also becoming SMMEs that are competitive globally. So in doing so, we provide small businesses with what we call non-financial support, which is the business development support, which is that what enables a business to grow and become sustainable. We start, in that regard, we start with an SMME at a business planning phase, and we have training programs that are assisting us to build the capacity of SMMEs, empowering them with the business skills, also the industry-specific technical skills. Also under the business development support, we also have, the program allows us to assist the business to build systems within the business in all the functional areas, because we understand sometimes you are a small business, but you start a business being one person. Maybe you only have a technical skill, but the business development support builds within your business and help you to put marketing systems, human resource systems, and the production systems, and so on and so forth. So GEP will cover all that and the legal side of the business. Then we've got the financial support. Then we also assist you to access loan funding support for you to start or grow your businesses. In there, we've got different instruments. We've got the instrument that assists you to access your contracts, if you've what we call the PO funding support. If you've got, you've secured a contract, but you don't have enough cash flow to be able to work with that, on that contract. So we assist you with the funding that you require. And sometimes we've got what we call, for the Youth Month, we've got what we call the Youth Fund, which is a loan funding support. It's a blended funding where we provide you 50% grant and 50% loan to the value of R1 million, that is specifically for the youth program. And also for the youth, we also have what we called a youth placement program, where we assist the youth in the Gauteng province to get access to experiential learning from a variety of our partner institutions for a period of a year. So this is, in essence, this is what we do at the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. And also broadly, we've got term loans where you can get a loan up to a period of 5 years. But you have to pay, if it's a loan, you have to pay it back. And also, in order for you to assist your business as well, we've got some of the grant support that assist you to buy equipment or a stock for growing your business, so that all you get it from the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. So the presentation that I will be making now is gonna be showing us how Gauteng Enterprise Propeller has assisted SMMEs in the province, and also it will zoom in within the Tshwane, what we've done in Tshwane to support SMMEs. In terms of our performance for the fourth quarter of the 2024-25 financial year, we had 14 indicators that we were tracking for the fourth quarter, and we achieved 12 of those indicators, translating to 86% of that. And the reason why we have not achieved all of those indicators, it is because we had actually achieved those 2 indicators during the quarter 3, and our budgets were fully committed and by quarter 3 on those 2 indicators. But in terms of the annual performance, we've actually ended the year at the 100% of our performance. This slide also shows the trend in terms of our performance, that around about quarter 4, there's that trend that we always perform at about 85%, 86%, just because there's a huge demand for our services, and sometimes our budget is inadequate. By quarter 3, you'll find that some of the indicators we've already fully committed our budget. So in terms of our programs, we've got about the 4 programs. Program 1, which is administration. It's also it's where GEP tracks its performance in terms of supporting the GOD, targets our procurement spend on women, on women, youth, and people with disabilities. We've also achieved all our target that we've set for all the procurement spent on people with disabilities, women, and also the youth. Also in terms of paying our suppliers, we've achieved our targets in terms of paying our suppliers within 15 days. Also on program 2, which is our core program, the investment program, we've also achieved all our targets in terms of the loans. We've ended the year, we've made approval to the value of 77.8 million, and we also dispersed about 77.7 million in terms of our disbursement. Even our youth fund as well, we've committed about 7.8 in terms of approvals, in terms of the youth fund, and 7.9, and dispersed 7.8. Also, in terms of our grant support, we've done very well as well, except for the informal traders, which is the one where we said we committed our funding by Q3, and so by Q4, we didn't have funding. But annually, we had achieved the target. The business development support as well, we've also fully committed our budget by Q3, and by Q4, we didn't have a budget, hence you see 0 there, but annually we had achieved the target. Also, the youth placement program, which I spoke about, we have placed 181 youth in the previous financial year. With our partnership with the WRCTA, it enabled us to exceed the target by 81 learners through partnering with them. On the resource mobilization front as well, our collection rate target, we've exceeded our target of 25%, and our collection rate by Q4, we have achieved a 74% collection rate, meaning that we've collected a total of 44.7 million for the year. Then, Chair, bringing it to the Tshwane region, yes, we've got a presence in this region. We have a main office in Hatfield and a satellite office in Bronkhortspruit. Yes, we wish to be in every township, but because of resource limitations, we are unable to have a physical presence in every location, but we are accessible throughout the region. In terms of provision of low funding support to SMMEs in Tshwane, out of that 77 million that have indicated, 23 million of that was benefited by the SMMEs from Tshwane region. So to the number of 23 SMMEs benefited, they were provided with SMMEs. They are in those various Atteridgeville, Soshanguve, Mabopane, Nelmapia, Centurion, and also the Pretoria. Also, in terms of grant support, which is the equipment and stock, there were 2 SMMEs from Eersterust also who benefited amongst the other SMMEs who benefited. So in terms of grant funding, to the value of 21 million, 52 SMMEs from Tshwane region benefited from that. In terms of the business development support, which I've indicated, that is business systems and business skills and business quality standards, we've also supported SMMEs in Tshwane to the value of 1.2 million. 40 SMMEs from Tshwane did benefit from that. Also, in terms of grant funding, again for informal traders, 95 businesses were benefited from that, from Tshwane. In terms of the financial performance, the money that we have allocated us, we believe that we've spent it well, and we've performed at 99% in terms of our financial expenditure for the year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This is a very important agency. As you can see, they assist with funding. Just make sure that you write down your questions if you have any, and at the end of all the presentations, we will then allow for questions to be done. Acting DG, who's next? I think what we can also do is just ask the chairpersons who are here just to also say something. chairpersons of the various agencies. Thank you very much.
Chair, if you allow me, if I can invite all presenters to line up here, we'll put chairs for them here. And then, as we said, they must focus on the area of display so that in as much as you want to give an overview of what's happening everywhere, but the issue that we should address ourselves to is Tshwane and specifically this community. So we go there. And then, Chair, if you allow, the chairs will come later. If we could allow the presenters must come, and then we are able to lead. So all presenters must come and line up here, and the chair will invite them individually to say what the department is doing. We'll put chairs for them. Let's invite the Cradle to come first. Cradle.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair, HOD, colleagues, and the community. My name is Nontawozo Shezi. I represent Cradle of Humankind and Dinokeng project. Chair, we are an entity that is operating in the Cradle site, but also in the area where this community is based, more or less in the Roodeplaat area. We do have programs on SMMEs empowerment. We also work with DGRMA in Dinokeng Game Reserve. There are opportunities of employment through the products that we have in the area. I think we are quite limited with the scope of work that we do, but we do try to offer opportunities, in particular in job opportunities. We also do clean the dam, Roodeplaat Dam, where we remove the hyacinth. And at times, if we do have competitions of the rowing in the dam, we do have opportunities for the community to come and be part of. So that's pretty much that on our side, Chair. If I may, and just for Q4, we can report we got 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to note that the Dinokeng and Cradle of Humankind will move away from this committee to the tourism committee. Is that right?
Correct. Environment.
So, environment committee. So this is the last presentation they made in this committee, because we will not have oversight of them, their work in the future. But thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you could just indicate which agency you represent.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and honourable members of legislature. Good morning to everyone that's here, my colleagues, chairs, HOD. My name is Karabumbele. I'm the CEO of the Gauteng Gambling Board. Can I please get some help? So yes, I'm going to stick to what the Gauteng Gambling Board has done in the Tshwane area. And just to give you a bit of a background, our targets, as we had planned for the year, is to commission a feasibility study in the different regions. So looking at the different regions, Tshwane was one of them, and so we did achieve those studies. In terms of the number of jobs that we've created, for the year was 1,405 within the sector that we perform in. The number of raids regarding illegal gambling, which is probably quite rife, not probably, it is quite rife in Tshwane. We performed 502 raids of illegal gambling joints, which is a problem within our host communities. In terms of responsible gambling campaigns to ensure that those who are challenged within responsible gambling or are having challenges in terms of shying away from illegal gambling or unreasonable gambling, we have these programs, and there are programs where we go around schools, we go to of assisting them in curbing gambling activities. And so we reached the target in that case. In terms of supporting sports development funding and ensuring that these communities have sporting facilities and that we do support our communities in order to ensure that our children in the communities are enabled with facilities so that they can have sporting facilities. Our annual target was 13. We definitely reached the 13 targets. In terms of ACD projects to assist people with disabilities, we achieved our targets, and this is within, all of them include facilities within the Tshwane area. In terms of funding bursaries, our target was 30, but due to our limited revenue collection, we only were able to fund 14 students. I think more than anything, I just want to maybe come closer to yourselves in terms of what we've done within this region. So in terms of outreach programs that we've done within the Tshwane area, we had an LPM back to school campaign outreach, and LPM outreach, casino outreach, and shopping center outreach, all of which happened within the Hammanskraal area, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, and Ga-Rankuwa area. Our LPM outreach happened in Savoy, Pretoria Central, Propaganda, Europa, Sunnyside, Pretoria. Casino outreach, Suntime Square, and we targeted the elderly there. In terms of the shopping center, this happened at Semi-Max, where we targeted the elderly. In terms of responsible gambling outreach, these were undertaken at TUT, at the business school, Soshanguve, Mamelodi Community Hall, it was a business information workshop, women empowerment, and Nelmapias women event, Atteridgeville, business information workshop, Eersterust, senior citizens events, Mamelodi senior citizen with GOCA, Oliven Holt Bosch with senior citizens, Ritabiseng Community Hall, and Nkangala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a presentation on the gambling board. Next presentation will then be the Gauteng Tourism Agency. Is that right? Thank you very much.
Do you need it? Or yeah, you can put it in. Okay. Okay. Sure. All right.
Good morning. Goeiemorgen. My name is Baba Gaugani from the Gauteng Tourism Authority. I'm going to take you through the work of the Gauteng Tourism Authority. With your permission, Honorable Chair, can I firstly, before I start, ask, are there any tour operators in the building? Are there any tour operators in the building? Are there any tourist guides here? Is there anybody who's owning a B&B? Anybody owning a B&B? Okay, thank you, Chair. Our work as Gauteng Tourism Authority, an agency of the Department of Economic Development, is divided into 5 main areas that are highlighted in the presentation. Our strategic support function covers how we resource the organization, both from a human resource point of view and both also from the financial resource point of view. In these areas of work, we also work with communities to onboard companies that are working with people with disabilities. We also enroll communities that are running companies for compliance as part of our supplier development program. Also in this program, this is where we liaise with tour operators, we liaise with tourism bodies to register our tourist guide as part of our revenue generating program. The second part of what we do as Tourism Gauteng is to market and promote Gauteng as a preferred destination for tourism, for investment, for competitive sport and the creative economy. This we do by creating demand for the visitors, mainly international arrivals, to come to our destination, but also encourage domestic travelers to be tourists in their own backyard, so that when the visitors arrives in Eersterust and they know the place, you must be the one that assists them to go to various spaces, so that you become a tourist in your own backyard. You know your places, and that in itself can turn into entrepreneurial opportunities for you to become a guide or an operator. We also do the work there by promoting made in Gauteng products that forms part of our destination story, whether it's locally manufactured brews or specific food that is different and offered in these localities. We use our different social and digital media channels to promote that specific work. A point in reference in this instance, Honorable Chair and members of the community, is the Eersterust market that we helped in promoting and supporting to make sure that the message reaches people beyond Eersterust, so that we create the critical mass that comes and buy the products that have been showcased in Eersterust. The other part of our work is on bidding and hosting, where we host events. The last event that was closer to Eersterust, where we had communities benefiting, was the World Rowing Championships that was held here next door at Rodeplat, where we have the communities here being trained as providers, as suppliers to the event that was held here. What becomes crucial, Honorable Chair and members in the community, is how we leverage that space that was developed and refurbished through government resources. Now, how can it be beneficial to host local rowing event? How do we enroll schools in that and probably explore the possibilities of hosting African rowing or South African rowing championship in that world-class venue? In the bidding and hosting program, we also enlist SMMEs that we target for beneficiation out of global and regional and international hosted event. In simple terms, what that means is that when there is an event like in Tshwane, Sunbet Arena that runs for over 2 weeks, like the Africa Basketball League that has just passed. What we do in these areas of work as Gauteng Tourism Authority is to enlist the services and train SMMEs that can offer specific work, whether it's delegates registration, whether it's provision of specific services, and whether it's shuttling of the players, shuttling of the officials, shuttling of the media between their hotels and accommodation venues. Therefore, even if the event is taking place at Sun Arena, when you run an operation in Eersterust, that becomes an opportunity for you to leverage on the events that are hosted here. We then enforce, as part of our service level agreement, agreements with the service providers to ensure that certain amount of revenue is dedicated to SMMEs, and our report highlights that. In destination development and management, which is part of our community tourism program, we assist in registering tourist guide. We assist in making sure that we don't have illegal tour operators. We assist in making sure that working with the community policing forums, working with the Department of Community Safety, we clamp down on illegal tourism operation. We clamp down on those combis that are operating illegally without permits and creating a negative perception around our destination. But we also work with the Gauteng crime prevention wardens, the Gauteng traffic wardens, in ensuring that specific tourism hotspots are protected. And that's the work that we are doing there, including the accreditation of our quality assurance program. We work with the South African Grading Council to grade specific accommodation. It can be B&B. If you are grading for the first time, those that are running B&B, we access funding from the Grading Council to help grade establishment. We are aware that majority of the establishment were last graded during the 2010 FIFA World Cup, and we are rolling a specific program through the Grading Council to assist products that are ready to assist us in hosting delegates for the G20. Going straight into our performance, we had 16 indicators out of the 19 that have been achieved positively, and they are highlighted there in the program. Under the enterprise, the challenge we have, which we are presenting to the community, is those that are from the disabilities and people with living disabilities association. We want to work with you in enrolling you or your members into our supplier development program so that we are able to achieve this target that we have not achieved of suppliers of persons with disability that we have supported. Apart from that, the other indicators we have managed to implement successfully. Under destination promotions and marketing, this is where we deliver with the budget allocated to us, Honorable Chair, just under 95 million rand, inclusive of VAT and inclusive of agency commission. That is the budget that has been given to us. We deliver on a target of 2 million international arrivals into South Africa. We have been, at the end of Q4, managed through our work, deliver 3.81 million international arrivals into the destination. And you are able to make a comparison. 3.1 million, one international tourist, if they spend 3 days in the destination or more, they create between 7 and 9 jobs. That is the returns and the proceeds that you get from tourism. In this end of Q4, we have been able to also, through our total foreign direct spend, that means the money that the international tourists spend when they are in Gauteng, whether they are attending the NBA basketball or they are attending the Eersterust market or they are attending any of the events or they are here for leisure at the Dinokeng Game Reserve. By end of Q4, we have managed to raise out of a target of 29 billion, we have raised 41 billion rand into the economy, the visitor economy of Gauteng. Remember, this was done through a mere budget of 95 million, including VAT. The number of domestic trips, that means RENA, the people of South Africa, or the people of different provinces going into Gauteng, exploring our domestic arrivals. We have also set a target of 6.4 million by end of Q4. We have managed to meet that target of 6.4 million, but what is impressive is that target comes with revenue of domestic tourism. With a target of 13 billion, we have managed to move to 21 billion. Therefore, working together, when we do tourism, when we promote our destination positively, when we talk positive about our country, we are able to realize these billions that are here. That is not the money that goes to Gauteng tourism. That is the money that goes into the Gauteng economy to enable the building of schools, hospitals, and other social ills. The last indicator is on the number of airlines and air routes that we have promoted. You'll remember, Chair, that we come from COVID, where we had a lot of international flights cutting their services into OR Tambo and Lanseria Airport. So we put up this indicator to go back and get those airlines back and even get more. We have managed to achieve our target of 4. We have managed to get Air Tanzania, SAA Perth route, where we are targeting a lot of people that have moved to Australia and New Zealand. But most importantly, the Lufthansa airline is back, is moving between Munich and OR Tambo, supporting the auto industry sector with specific parts from BMW now being able to be delivered overnight to our Roslyn services that is around here. Lastly, on our bidding and hosting, we have managed to achieve all our target. Specific target is on the rand value generated from SMMEs, suppliers through the events. That is when we put SMMEs as suppliers through the events that we hosted, we have managed to raise 19.1 million out of a target of 15 million. That is the money, physical money, that went into the hands of the SMMEs. We had a target of 8 township-hosted events. We have managed to host 10 of those township events. Under destination management, we have been able to provide SMMEs with market access opportunity, either taking them to Africa's Travel Indaba and many of our activities. The only indicator that we didn't achieve, sadly, is on the jobs. And then I'll go in specifically into the area of Tshwane. We have the Garankuwa Hotel School that is under redevelopment, and this is a project we are implementing with our sister agency, the GGDA. We want to position Garankuwa Hotel School as a space where we can do community tourism, where we are able to do community hospitality work, and the people of Eersterust and the nearby areas are said to benefit from the revitalized phase when we start replenishing this. The other area where we didn't spend will have been at Meetings Africa, where the entire meetings, conferences, and exhibition space meets in Johannesburg. However, we managed to implement the project, but because of contractual issues with South African tourism, we didn't spend the money, but we were able to leverage the event. Hence, the 5% underspend that is recorded there, it didn't affect the service delivery. In the Pitori area or Tshwane area, we have been able to run up a campaign, Honorable Chair, that seeks to improve the position of Tshwane and Pretoria as the country's capital city. We are aware that Tshwane continues to play second fiddle to Johannesburg, despite the fact that it's South Africa's capital city. So we've developed a specific campaign with the Tourism Association in Pretoria, in Tshwane, together with Brand South Africa, South African Tourism, to look at how we can improve the profile of Tshwane, leverage the more than a third of the world embassies that are housed in Tshwane, and I guess that will start providing work and job opportunities for the people in Eersterust when we start recalibrating Tshwane and make it the destination with a lot of townships and a lot of offerings that can attract more people, also including the performance of Tshwane-based sports teams that continues to drive numbers into the city, whether it's the Blue Bulls or the ever-stylish Mamelodi Sundowns. We have been able to train SMMEs under events management and PCOs. We have been able to train 12 youth on the food beverage program that is through our food beverage program with Food Bev and our Delicious Trader Academy. We have, out of this community of Tshwane, 4 SMMEs that participated at Africa's Travel in Daba in May this year in Durban, and 6 SMMEs were provided with opportunities to showcase their expertise, and this will be happening at the Africa Aerospace Defense Expo in Lanseria that is coming next week, and 3 SMMEs are now participating at the Township Village and Tourism Intra-Africa Trade Conference and in Mpumalanga. Lastly, we want to appeal to those that have businesses, tourism businesses or businesses that supply services that are related to tourism and hospitality to download for free the Visit Gauteng mobile app. We will be able to assist you to register for free as a business so that we are able to use our digital infrastructure to get market access for you. As a business, we will take you through how to register for free, how to create your own profile. We will verify that the details are correct, your taxes are correct, and then you will have a profile that you manage yourself. You can load the specials, you can load your promotions, and that's part of the efforts we are doing to ensure that our systems are SMMEs based, our systems are data driven, and we use your product to drive increased visitation into the destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just announce which agency you are representing. You start. Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, fellow colleagues from the department, and then also, I think for me it's a privilege, Chair, to be presenting. I'm a proud child of this community. So yeah, it's really a privilege for me, and I'll try to be short and to the point. I'm presenting on behalf of the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, TAZES for short. We are right next door behind Ford here in Silverton. I'm sure you guys are familiar with us. In terms of our mandate, or just a bit of background on TAZES, we are an entity that is the result of intergovernmental relationship and agreement between the DTIC, the Gauteng Provincial Department of Economic Development, as well as the City of Tshwane. We were established in 2020 during COVID, and we, I must say, managed to achieve in record time the infrastructure that you would see in the area right next to Ford. We are, as part of our mandate, in support of inclusive economic participation. That means the communities must participate and they must benefit from this project. Our vision and our mission also speaks to this, so I'll just highlight in terms of our vision, the last bullet point there, we are seeking to cultivate collaborative partnerships between investors like the ones that we have in the SEZ already, government, and the community, such as yourselves. In terms of our annual performance, we are sitting at 100%. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but what I will speak to is just highlighting some of the key performance indicators that speak to the community and its needs. In terms of our targets, we have 2 targets relating to SMME mentorship, one specifically talking to mentoring SMMEs in the construction value chain, and then another talking to mentoring SMMEs within the automotive value chain. On these 2 indicators, in the automotive value chain, we've managed to mentor 60 SMMEs. And then on the construction value chain, this is just for the 4th quarter, by the way, we managed to train 45 SMMEs, or mentor 45 SMMEs rather, in the construction value chain. In terms of jobs created, the total jobs created for the Q4 performance for TAZES was 359 jobs. And then you'll see the total there, combining the 2 across the automotive and the construction value chains, 105 SMMEs. Then we also have a target that talks to the percentage of construction work that is awarded to SMMEs. And our target there is 30%. We've managed to achieve 33%. And the value there is 51 million rand awarded to SMMEs. In the next slides, just in terms of financial performance, it is on par with our annual performance as well in terms of non-financial indicators. I just want to drill down. In terms of TAZES, we've been in existence for 5 years, and these are some of the key achievements within or the impact of the organization, obviously to the larger economy, and then some of it speaks directly to the surrounding areas as well. When you look at this slide, you'll see that between 2020 to March 2025, we've managed to create 5,208 construction jobs. We have managed to create 3,466 permanent jobs within the zone, that is by the investors, and then 1.7 billion was spent with SMMEs, right, through procurement. Okay, just a bit of detail in terms of our target area, which is target area 1. That includes communities such as Eersterust, Mamelodi, Nelmapias, and Silverton. We've listed there all the wards. You guys can have a look, but we just wanted to highlight. So for Ward 43, which is Eersterust, 409 construction jobs, that is a number for Eersterust basically, against the 4,660 over the 5 years. Then in terms of SMME participation, the total value as presented in the previous slide was 1.7 billion spent with SMMEs, that is in general. For target area 1 specifically, inclusive of all the 9 wards, it was around 900 million. And then you can see specifically for Ward 43, 15 SMMEs benefited. And then the value there was around about 39 million. So, no, Muchela, mooi luister, né? It's not on the slide. We have a phase 2 project, right, which we're implementing over the next 3 years. Just in terms of high-level impact of phase 2, we are estimating that there will be 4,000 construction jobs created over the next 3 years during phase 2 implementation. Okay. Then we have 2,150 in terms of the EIA, which is the Economic Impact Assessment that we've done, 2,150 permanent jobs to be created within the zone for phase 2. And then the estimated benefit by SMME's participation is going to be a minimum of 30%, which is estimated at 1.1 billion over the next 3 years. Okay, that's phase 2. And I think that's it from my side, from the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for your contributions to the economy here. Our last presentation will be the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. Just a note, I see some new people have arrived. For those of you who don't know, there are translation services available. If you need any translation, just put up your hand and then we will give you a translation device. And we've got different translation channels or languages. On channel 1 we have English. On channel 3 we have Setswana, Sepedi. On channel 2 we have isiZulu, isiNdebele. Channel 5 Afrikaans. Channel 4 Tshivenda, Tsitsonga. And then, of course, we have sign language on the screen as well. So you're more than welcome to ask for a translation device. Right, thank you very much. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself, Chair, and honorable committee members, HOD, and my group board chair is here, and other chairpersons of the boards are here. You'll notice from the slide that the GGDA, Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, is a group of companies. There's 5 companies within the group, and I will speak largely to the Auto Industry Development Center, AIDC, which is based here in the Northern Corridor. The Innovation Hub is also equally based in the Northern Corridor, we call it. So that is what will be relevant to the community around here, and perhaps as a way to start to explaining who we are, the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency's mandate is largely in 2 areas. The first one being investment facilitation in the province, and there is a slide that I will speak to that demonstrates the value and type of investments that we attracted in this area, not Eersterust, the corridor as it were. There's also an aspect of infrastructure development, but the AIDC and the Innovation Hub are largely sector-based entities. The AIDC, as the name goes, is for the automotive sector development. The Innovation Hub, on the other hand, focuses on three sectors: the bioeconomy, the green economy, and digital economy. That being said, we had achieved just above 80% of the objectives we had set for ourselves in the period, and the 6 matters that we did not achieve is largely infrastructure, the 5 of the 6, and the last one at the Constitution Hill was in relation to sales and revenue end. So I'll go straight to the investments and maybe also to AIDC, and this slide would seek to explain those benefits that the AIDC could have and potential areas that the community here could benefit from. Firstly, average percentage of productivity improvement. This largely speaks to improving the capacity and the capacity of companies in manufacturing space that could be elevated to the global scale. And here we are speaking to the Kaizen principles. This largely the just-in-time total productivity management, lean manufacturing and the like, but this benefit applies to those companies that are in manufacturing space. AIDC obviously is focusing on the SMMEs that are in the automotive space, as it were. Revenue generated by companies in the incubation hubs. We do have, like Mrs. or is it Mefro Jacobus was talking about the Ford Phase 2. We do have the incubation center at that plant just across here where Waterloo starts. We are employing just above 300 people at the incubation, and there are a number of SMMEs that are supplying to Ford. And I will be showing that the 1.1 billion expansion we already have claimed in this period, although the work will be continuing and opportunities expanding for the people in this area. There's also township-based SMMEs that we upskilling, and this largely in two areas, one being in Winterfell, the far north, the other one is in the West Rand, and it should be of interest to the community that we are intent on, in the current year, establishing a similar hub just across at Mapias, and there lies another opportunity for the community to benefit as resident auto body repairers and the mechanics and the like. So that is coming in the current financial year. And there would be revenue generated for those SMMEs that would be operating at that hub once established. There's skills development also targeting unemployed township-based youth. These are entry-level automotive skills that young people are invited to take advantage of. There's continuous training offered to employed individuals, starting with those at the incubation hub just here at Ford. There's also training for component manufacturers and the car manufacturer itself. Another opportunity that the community is invited to pertains to the assistance that we provide through the Trade Test Center, wherein those that have got prior learning but are not qualified, we do assist them to get proper qualifications to be declared artisans and to qualify as such. So that is by and large the benefit accruing from the Automotive Industry Development Center. There is the Learning Center, obviously, where the skills development are expanded, but that is based on the other side in Roslyn, as it were. So we proceed to the Innovation Hub, which the main campus is here by Linwood, across from the Tekis Farm, as you go into town. So we're hoping that you are familiar with that. And I have mentioned that the service offering in the campus is largely focusing on the bioeconomy, the green economy, and lastly, digital economy. We do have a satellite here in Mamelodi, and you can just walk to that site in Mamelodi, and the offering is the same as what you would receive at the Linwood campus. We do provide incubation, that is part of the enterprise development work that we do, but we also assisting companies or emerging people that have got ideas in the sectors that I've mentioned. We do incubate, and in the current period, we then extended our scope to working with academia and other places wherein they could get their technologies transferred and to be incubated at the hub. Within the TIH, I mentioned there is opportunity for digital skills training, starting with the mobile repair to other digital skills. We do have partnerships with whom we work insofar as extending the skills in the space of innovation and technology. Lastly, there are incubations. We have mentioned the ECAC lab here in Mamelodi, wherein township-based companies are incubated, and we do graduate and commercialize them with time. So that is the Innovation Hub. If we look at the intent, at least in the current period, and this slide is just saying that about 70% of the jobs that we are able to create and to retain are emanating from investment facilitation work that we do. Within this area, there was a correction to the slide that we made. The first slide should actually be the 1.1 billion expansion that is coming to across the road here. The other is the expansion that occurred in the Roslyn area. The property development work that we are claiming here are in the northern part of Tshwane, Acacias to be specific. The mining sector was just an error here, so that should not be here. The opportunities we have mentioned that the innovation hub, the Ekasi lab, is available across the road, and colleagues and the community here can access that. We have noted that appetite from the area is not what it should be because, and as a result, we will be coming to this area now in the month of July. You are encouraged to be on the lookout for that invite in July by the library. That's where both the TIH and the AIDC will extend the invitation to the TASES, Tshwane Auto SEZ, also to be present if possible, so that we can do the outreach and to explain these opportunities that we have all been speaking to. That is insofar as the Innovation Hub is concerned. The AIDC, on the other hand, this being the Youth Month, we have, I'm sure you've seen our executive authority together with the chairperson of the AIDC in the media promoting opportunities, and about 20 young people from Eersterust participated in that discussion and exposure to opportunities in the auto sector. Over and above the work that we are doing at the incubation hub at Ford, there will be the Nelmapias auto hub that we will be establishing in due course in the current financial year once all the work is done. The opportunities that arise out of the Constitution Hill is largely in the creative sector, and the Gauteng Tourism Authority has already spoken to some of the opportunities in the tourism space, so we will not relate that, but we will speak mainly to that as we go to Eldos next week. With that said, Chair, I thank you again for the opportunity to report on the progress that we could attain in the last quarter of the financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now we will have two last presentations. This was the last of the agencies, but we want to give one of the CEOs of the agencies, or the chair of one of the agencies, an opportunity to speak on behalf of all the agencies. And then lastly, we will have two presenters who will talk about the Township Economic Development Act itself, how it works, and the opportunities that's embedded in the Act for communities in townships. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, officials from the Department of Economic Development, and good morning to the community of Eersterust. My name is Craig Cornish, and I am the Group Board Chairperson of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which is also referred to as the GGDA. The GGDA is an implementing arm of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, and we are tasked with the responsibility of positioning Gauteng as a globally competitive city region by one, attracting domestic and foreign investment, by supporting SMMEs, by developing strategic economic infrastructure across the Gauteng city region, and by promoting exports. The GGDA in principle has 4 key subsidiaries which Itumeleng has presented. to execute its mandate. And the one is the AIDC, which is the Automotive Industry Development Center, which is primarily responsible for driving automotive sector growth through supplier parks and skills development programs within the automotive sector. Then we've got the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub is situated in Linwood, as Itumeleng has indicated earlier, which is basically responsible for which is a technology and innovation agency, fueling startups, doing technological research, and it provides a high-tech ecosystem where companies are situated and conduct their business from. Then we've got the OR Tambo SEZs, which is in principle special economic zones at the OR Tambo International Airport, which supports logistics, electronics, med technology, and agribusiness institutions, and export-orientated manufacturing. We also have a VAL SEZ, which is in VAL, which is situated in the VAL region, which focus on industrial investment and infrastructure integration. Lastly, we are responsible for the for Corn Hill, which is the Constitutional Hill Development Agency, which is situated in the city of Johannesburg, which oversees the development of cultural and heritage initiatives at the historic Constitutional Hill Precinct in Johannesburg. The public is welcome to visit Corn Hill in Johannesburg to experience the history of the democratic South Africa. And as we have heard, Itumeleng indicated that the only target that they didn't meet was sales revenue, and that is because of low attendance of the people of Gauteng to such a historic center. These structures enable the GGDA to foster inclusive economic growth and streamline investor services and create jobs across high-impact sectors. Now, as the Board of Directors, we are committed to ensure that the GGDA, through all its subsidiaries, serves all communities across all demographical groups and make opportunities available in a very transparent manner. You know, we are committed to ensuring that all these entities must not only execute the work that they do and the plans from the officers, but there need to be active community outreach programs where all these opportunities that is available based on all the targets that has been presented here today, communities must be made aware of it, communities must know about it, so that where they are able to participate, they can participate. And we must ensure that that process is free and fair, so that there is a fair geographical spread across all those opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the overview. Now I want to request the speakers that are going to talk to the TIDA Act, the Township Economic Development Act, to please just provide some more information on the work and implementation of the Act by the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think my task is simple. It's to basically say one or two things about the initiative that the Gauteng Department of Economic Development has started. But maybe before I start, it is important to note that the Township Development Act is not only for one particular business unit. It's our mandate as a province to say that as part of our reindustrialization activities of the province to enhance manufacturing, to enhance skills development, and to also enhance locally produced products. This is the way that we want to focus our programs at. For one particular initiative that we launched as a department last year, which is called the High Impact Partnership Delivery Model. How it works is that we called out for proposals for existing projects in the townships, for existing projects in the metropolitan around Gauteng. These projects were ranging from clothing, leather and textiles. They were ranging from the energy sector, financial sector, transport and logistics, agro-processing. And what we initially called for is that let's focus on the first aspect, which was skills development. In skills development, we then focused on the niche that are not existing within our communities. For example, that in this particular municipality, Tshwane, we have currently 4 programs that we are running. The first one speaks towards ICT software development, which is what we want to entrench. 2 years back, Chair, we had a program of cell phone repairs within this area or within the outskirts of this area, and it was also meant for the sole purpose of skilling the people around here with regards to cell phone repairs and maintenance. Our focus right now is on digital skills. How do we also empower the youth? How do we also empower women with cybersecurity skills, software development? The second one was also targeted at Amanskal Babaleri, which talks about installation, maintenance, and repair, which was our biggest project thus far, where we targeted 80 beneficiaries. And part of them is that we don't only look towards training, but we also look at the issues of market access. After we train, we want ventures to be created and also that to be supported. We would recall that as a province as well, we have got a target of procuring within the township. So part of these ventures that we are creating, we are also positioning them in critical sectors to be able to supply the government abroad. Third, as the resource efficiency program, which if everything goes right, we would also want this community to benefit from it, where basically as well we touch on installation, maintenance and repair, in particularly to solar panels and so forth. Currently we have the project running in Pretoria North and as well in Mamelodi. Our plans is that within this financial year, given the limited resource that we have, we'll be able to also extend it to this particular township. Lastly, we would also touch on one of our flagship programs, which is in agro-processing, where also we have targeted currently 4 areas, which is Central, Amanskral, Soshanguve, Mamelodi, and Karankuwa. As I said, our ideal objective is to target the entire regions or sub-regions within this municipality. So we'll be making that our objective in going forward and making sure that we sustain this momentum. Currently, our KPIs from this particular high impact delivery model, where we look to partner with the private sector, we are aiming to create 350 jobs, support 776 SMEs, and by that, as well as I still maintain that our training comes with a specific condition of absorption of these beneficiaries or also making sure that we get to procure from them. So for more information, I think the email address is there. It's simple. If you want to ask, if you have a particular project or you want to as well find out about how one gets to participate, which is highimpact@gauteng.gov.za. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the speakers from your side, HOD?
We are all, Chair.
Okay.
We have completed.
Before I open
No,
for
Chair,
questions?
we want to say thanks once more. The department has presented an agencies. We clarified the work we do and how much we want to affect all our communities. So, Chair, we are open for discussions. We have exhibiting outside. We are available for further questions even outside, for clarifications or connecting people for different opportunities that we provide. Chair, let me leave it at that point. If there are questions, we are available.
But thank you very much. That concludes all of the presentations for today. Thank you to the department and all the presenters. Before I open the floor for questions, I just want to let you know that as a committee, we also have various powers of oversight in terms of the standing rules in the Gauteng legislature and in terms of the Constitution of South Africa. And we can also assist with devising policy. We can even write our own laws if we have to. And we are busy at the moment to review the economic policies of government. And we will also provide an opportunity for you to give input in that regard. So we're also going to engage with the department with regard to the various milestones that they have communicated with you here today. We think that they can be further refined so that there's more of information available that tells us what are they doing, how does it create value in the economy, how does the economy grow as a result, and also how many jobs are created, and also projecting forward how many will be created in each community. So we are busy with that project on our side. So having said that, I'm going to provide an opportunity for you now to make comments or to ask questions on your side. I think we're going to start here on the left-hand side. Are there any hands? I see a hand in front here. Okay. You don't have to put up your hands on this side now. I'll come there in a moment. Let's just handle the left-hand side. So we have 3 hands. Where's the roving mic?
Good morning. Good morning to the community. Morning to our honorable members. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Clivan Enzo Olifant. I'm a proud community member of Eersterust, born and bred here. I just have a comment regarding the facilitation of this event. I find it very insulting to our community, because not even half of them is represented here. I think, in my opinion, what most of the presentations went about was just political jargon. The numbers given to us was for people that don't even understand what's going on there. But for us that see, that actually wants results in Eersterust, those numbers does not cater Eersterust. I mean, out of a community of 89,000 people, how can you only employ 150 people? How can you only assist 15 businesses? That's plainly stupidity. And it's an embarrassment on the department side to come present this to us as a community. I'd just like to go a little bit deeper into a few things here. It says enterprise development was 0%. How can you present that and expect something, applause or for people to be happy? Again, we saw something in the presentation about spread view and vereniging. I don't see how you can present things that you have done all around Eersterust to people of Eersterust. Like it actually affected us. It didn't affect us. I'd just like to tell you a little bit more of who I am and what I do in this community. I'm a self-taught architect. They call me a semi-skilled architect. I draw plans. It gets approved by qualified architects. I'm a boiler maker, work in the engineering industry for almost 15 years. I'm considered as a semi-skilled, but my work is being signed off by qualified engineers. My work is now in SANDF, which passed inspections, yet I'm still considered as a semi-skilled person. And throughout these years, this committee has not done anything for this community. And I'm speaking as a youth, a young guy from this community. There was no assistance from government side. They talk a lot about we got skills development programs that assisted who? Because none of these people in this community or the youth have benefited from any skills development program that you presented us with here. Like me, for instance, I am considered, based on my experience, as an overqualified person. But on the legislative side, they want a lot of requirements from me in order for me to be a skilled person. But based on my experience, I'm skilled. Where I have to teach a fourth year mechanical engineering graduate about the job, but they consider me as a semi-skilled person. I mean, even in the laws of this country, it doesn't make sense for me. And another thing, last point, please don't let me just run through it. The thing about our community and what the businesses face here is compliance. And when you bring that thing in front of these people and you tell them about compliance, it's like speaking to a toddler about higher grade mathematics. The facilities are not made available here. There are no departments that make, we have a huge facility here, this municipal building, but none of you have an office here that makes it easy for people to access your departments. Like for me, I have a problem with CIPC where they tell me my username and password doesn't match, but I use that same username and password to enter their platform. Now I'm unable to submit my annual returns, I'm unable to make changes in my company due to that small problem. So I'm having to open and now my company is deregistered. I had to register a new company just to have access to submitting my documents. It's like all these red lines and things are put in place for us to not succeed. And then they come and tell us, they put sugar in our mouths just to tell us these things are available. For who are they available? Because they are surely not available to us. And we have a lot of gatekeepers sitting in, I love that lady, I actually went to school with her. I like what she said about Tazes, but we have a lot of gatekeepers. Not everybody has access to it. So what is this committee going to do regarding the availability of the services in Eersterust? And we are not talking about Gauteng as a region. Like our councillor mentioned, it's been years that this community hasn't benefited from anything. Whether it's in sports, business, or even in schools. They talk about schools, what they did about schools there. We have a high school that is in decay. Everything is in ruin. The bathrooms are unable to be used. So I'm sorry for being crushed, but this is me being honest. The government is failing this community. Also, this committee here has failed this community. So please, thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. It's noted. The department must answer those questions. This committee does oversight, but we take note and we will make sure that they do answer properly and that your concerns are addressed. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair, and all protocol observed. I'm Blanche Bernardus. I'm staying in Eersterust, grown up. My question is, Chair, through you, I just want to ask, please, skills development we don't have in Eersterust. We've got children that's really going on drugs. And it's a problem because there's nothing in Eersterust for our youth. Please, your satellite, you can rather bring it here to the Civic Center because why? There's a lot of elephant buildings that just standing there. So that is my plea to you guys. Please bring it to Eersterust. Let's Eersterust people benefit out of it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ricardo. I'm from Eersterust. I'm also a businessman from Eersterust. Mr. Chair, I think that the community of Eersterust has been taken into the face. You know, they've been smacked in the face. What is happening here today in this hall right now is exactly what comes out of every presentation that was given here. If you look at the security that has been hired for today, it's Mafoko security. If I remember quite well, they were in the news not so long ago where they haven't paid their officers' pension money over, and they lost the case in court where the security officers actually took their their furnitures and their assets at their building. So I don't know how they got this contract and how they can stand here, appointed by you. I don't know if their COIDAS and all those things are in order. But that is just one thing. The food that we got today was also not being prepared by someone from Eersterust. If it was prepared by someone from Eersterust, this place would have smelled like curry. And it would have been nice food. Everybody would have eaten now, because I see most of you, your food is still closed there and stuff like that. So nothing here represents the people of Eersterust. Nothing in the presentations represents the people of Eersterust. If you look at how much money is being spent, how much jobs has been created, nothing, zero. The only place where people from Eersterust has benefited a little bit, and not even a lot, is from fourth year. But it is still a small amount of people that has benefited. That's why this community is rife with drug use, with gangsterism, with Uber heist and all those things. It's not because of we are bad people. It's because these children doesn't have employment. You know, people get sponsorships, they get grants and all those things. When we apply, it's been declined. It's been declined. Myself, I'm a business person. I've created a company, a security company. We're 4 years in existence. We got from CEDA, we got something like 45,000 rand. I've created in the 4 years over 70 jobs, maybe more than 100 jobs. If I look at my whole company, I've created 100 jobs. A colleague of mine that's got almost millions of rands from CEDA only created 17 jobs in 10 years. And that is what's happening. I hope the committee takes notice of all these presentations. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Chair, what are you guys going to do, and how can we keep you accountable? So that the next time when you come here, then we can say, and I hope they're not going to change you, Mr. Chair. And there's another chair, and he said, I wasn't there the last time, so I just come here now. So I took over from somebody else, because that is what every time that happens. When someone comes here, he took over from somebody else and that doesn't take responsibility for what happened. So I just would like to know from you, Mr. Chair, how can we keep you accountable, and what are you going to do about the figures? The figures is there. Nobody can argue with the figures. I mean, our youth are being deprived. Our old people are being deprived. Gambling board said they went all over. They never came to Eersterust. So our people must gamble all their money out. Our youth must go and gamble. Because they went to Nelmapius, they went to Mamelodi, they went all around us. One of the speakers said, Roodeplaat is just next to us. Roodeplaat is far from us. If you don't have a car, you can't get there. How are we going to benefit from all those things? We are not fools, people. We are not fools. We're not uneducated, and we're not fools. Don't come here and give us a lot of jargon here. There was a request made, I think from you, Mr. Chair, where you say, tell the people how did this community, Eersterust, benefited. None of them came out. None of them came out to say, this community where we sit here right now has benefited from all these departments. Now there's no job creation. What must we do? go steal, heist Ubers, rob people. Our people in this area, yesterday, I arrested four young people, not even the age of 15. 4 people. One stole by the garage. He stole by the garage. I had to arrest him. He's going to have a case against a criminal record against his name. He's not going to get a job. I spoke to the parents. I tried to intervene to say, let's try and solve this thing without making a case. Then they told me it's the 4th time that he went to the same place and stole. I couldn't do nothing. There's 3 ladies, they stay here by the flats. That stole there, here by the center here. They're not even 16 years of age. 3 of them, ladies, young ladies, they stole. What did they steal? Food. They stole food. They didn't steal luxury items or anything like that. They stole food. There's no job opportunities for us. Because we're not African. We're black, but we're not African. And that is what makes us not getting jobs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I just want to note that it's our job to do oversight and to listen to you, to take that on board and discuss that in our meetings, and to hold the department accountable for that. And I will ask our coordinator, Tabu Skosana, just to provide an email address at the end of the meeting for you to submit any ideas that you have or any complaints that you have, or when you're walking into a wall at some department, things not working, when you do applications, you're not getting feedback, then we can try and intervene. But we are aware also of the challenges in Eersterust and in the rest of Gauteng, and we want to make sure that we come back with answers, that we move the department, we move the government to be more visible here and to provide assistance as much as they do elsewhere. So we do take note of what you're saying. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Panyaza. I'm from Mamelodi. I'm the founder of Panyaza Chicken. It's an African Ekasi taste, specialized in chicken. But I just want to say to my leaders there in front, I think we should change the way you are doing things. At the moment, there are people from Mamelodi, Nel Mafias, Eersterust, it's one zone. But they are here thinking that they are going to get opportunities when it comes to business. But only to find out they are here for nonsense. You need to start your structure from the foundation. You can't come here and tell us we have achieved this 83%. We lost 17%. We were not part of that. It was you and your people. You need to come to the community and say, this is what we have. For you to apply, for you to comply, you need to bring this and this and this. Let them apply and get those tenders, and from there come and give report. We cannot take advantage of the people of Eersterust and Mamelodi. We are all hungry. Crime is everywhere. There are people who are deciding for you. You are not deciding for yourself. I can tell you, somebody spoke about 400 jobs on that chair. We are not going to access that. She can't even explain, we need so much people for skills, we need so much people for labor, we need so much people to get this tender. They can't explain. They will give to one person a tender of 10 billion and other people they go hungry and somebody benefit. He becomes more richer. You need to come to a point where you think for the people and say, if we're giving Panyaza a contract of 100 million rand, he is going to Eersterust. Eersterust, there are people who have registered their businesses. This person must be able to call the community. Even the government, they must be part of the meeting to say, this guy, he's the main contractor, he's looking for the people who have businesses so that they can serve under him. When he leaves Eersterust or Mamelodi, the community will be able to say, this construction and the government, they came to build this structure, they have benefited, and we are happy we have benefited as well. It's time you start protecting subcontractors. You must have a proper structure. This is, let me teach you how you must do this thing. When you come to Eersterust and Mamelodi with a project, you must ask in the meeting, Ceci, what do you have in construction? I have grade 1, I have 0, I have grade 4. The one with grade 4, tell the subcontractor to give him a better job so that he can do fit and supply, so that he can be able to employ that one who has 0. The one with 0, when money comes to her account, she can be able to go to a grade 1. That's how we lift in the community. Come back to your senses, guys. These payments that you are carrying, guys, it doesn't help you to think. People are in pain. People are suffering. This is real life. In a way that our parents, they think we have chosen a wrong career by doing business. Maybe we should have joined politics just like you guys. Submit.
Thank you very much. We do take note.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Falim Bele. I am a chief living in Mamelodi East. I am also a Gauteng provincial organizer of Royal Leaders of South Africa. Mine is not a question, it's a request. As a portfolio committee, I want to thank you to come to Eersterust, and I also wanted to table what I have now as a request, is to assist the community of Gauteng. The request is as follows. We as Royal Leaders of South Africa, ROLESA, we are requesting the government to make a senior citizen sector parliament so that will assist our community. Like for example, as and when we are here in Eersterust, maybe to delegate 10 people that can sit in that senior citizen sector parliament to table the issues that are affecting Eersterust, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, Hammanskraal, etc. Not only for portfolio of economic development, but for all portfolios. I think that will make our government to work, our portfolios to work, to deliver for our communities. That as Royal Leaders is our request. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Right. Right. Good morning to all of the leaders here from the Portfolio Committee, as well as all of the residents that came out today from all of the different communities here in Tshwane. My name is Councillor Debri Williams-Moses. I'm the PR Councillor for the Patriotic Alliance in the city of Tshwane, and I'm also the Section 79 Chairperson for the IDP portfolio. Right, so I do have a few questions, Chairperson. The first one is relating to the grant funding. I just want to have clarity in terms of who are the two SMMEs that benefited within Eersterust, and what specific mandate was given to them to deliver through to the community as a whole. The second question is on the informal trading. What initiatives have been done to date to assist informal traders overall in Tshwane and specifically in Eersterust? The second question on the informal trading is what is being done by provincial legislature on the spaza shops in our communities regarding foreign nationals? The third one is why is these shops closed up due to lack of documentation but then operate again thereafter? The fourth question is what is being done by with regards to the service charges that's being charged to our communities by these spaza shops? Going on to the sporting facilities in Tshwane, I have noted that you make mention of Eersterust a lot. I'm not sure if it's this Eersterust or if it's new Eersterust, so I need clarity on that. Where and what was done specifically in terms of the sporting facilities? On the business information workshops in Eersterust, where and when was it facilitated in this regard? And how was it communicated so that the broader community of Eersterust was made aware of these sessions? Because we are aware that some of these initiatives are used to gain political brownie points and being used as politics. On the aspect of tourism, on projects specifically in Eersterust, do we have timelines available so that we can do follow-ups regarding these projects? And then on my last point, the investment projects in Eersterust, where and what was done exactly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson and committee. My questions are directed specifically to the departments. However, my name is Nick Pascoe. I'm a PR councillor for the Freedom Front Plus in Tshwane. Chairperson, first of all, when one look at the Township Economic Development Act, I've done some investigation, and here are a few key issues. Lack of effective implementation, limited access to finance, infrastructure defects, regulatory confusion, residents from established businesses interests, limited community involvement, political exploitation, educational and skills gap. These are vital points that prohibits the rollout of the TDA properly. On top of that, when I asked this information bureau of mine, please give me from the gazetted time up to today is 3 years. What are the actual achievements? There were quite few, hardly any. The department says they have got a 98% expenditure ratio. However, when one look, for women, 40% was expended or spent. Youth, 30% spent. People with disabilities, 0% spent. TER, with other words, Township Economic Revitalization, 34%. However, BBBEE, and 87%. It's a total imbalance. SMME, a 73%. If you add up this, I hardly come to the point of a 98%. So somewhere there is confusion. when one look at the outreaches, women 223%, 223 individuals received outreach to the amount of 7 million rand. The youth, 1143 was outreached to. The budget was only 30% spent. People with disabilities, 50%, 50 people, 50, merely 50 people was outreached. And the budget spent was 0. I'm a father of a multi-disabled child. I know what it costs to have that child live. And you come to a point and said 0%. Senior citizens, 141 was only reached. And the budget, there's nothing even set. However, when we say 1157 people was reached in outreach programs, let's just look at the totals of Tshwane, of Gauteng. There are 8.07 million women in Tshwane. The youth is 4.36 million. The people with disabilities is in the vicinity of 1 to up to 15 million. 1 to 1.5 million only in Gauteng. Senior citizens in the vicinity of 1.4 million. I get the impression that the department pulls wool over the committee's faces and they can't see. Chairperson, I will write to you in person with these questions, and I would appreciate some feedback. This is submitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Councillor Henriette Fröhlich from Action SA. I'm a PR councillor in the city of Tshwane. I also serve on the Section 79 Economic Development. So thank you very much for this presentation. It's been really helpful. We do understand, because we are in government, the importance of doing this kind of public participation. But maybe just to pick up from our neighbour, to maybe a way forward would be when you do these feedback sessions, that you combine it with the targets for the coming quarter, and that you also have outside, instead of some gazebos with flyers that actually add no value, you actually have application processes outside, so that when people come and participate in this legislative exercise, that they also feel that they have an opportunity in the new quarter to access this funding. So yeah, just my first question is, we are here to assess quarter four's performance, and yet quarter four is not finished. Quarter four is finished in 2 weeks' time. Maybe if you can just explain, on what dates we're working with here. I did pick up also that 0% achievement on enterprise development. There was no attempt to explain that. That is very, very concerning. Target of 15% of regulatory compliance by the liquor industry. Does that mean that only 15% of liquor shops are compliant? If you could explain that. What are the consequences for contractors who don't deliver? Because they affect you achieving your targets. I'm thinking of, for example, the broadband in the townships. A lot of the reasoning why you didn't reach your targets was because of contractual issues. What are the consequences? Concerning the GPP, is there a list of organizations that receive funding, as well as the impact that this funding has made? If you could please make that public, this is public money. We would like to know which companies are receiving this money and whether they actually exist. We would like to know the impact of that money as well. And also just to understand how they got the information to access this funding. How can our communities access this information? The GTA, the Garankuwa Hotel School, is currently closed due to non-compliance of OHS. What are the consequences for the management for non-compliance? A hotel school is shut down because it is non-compliant with OHS, and we just move on. 3.4 million not spent. My last question is, right at the end, there was a presentation, high impact Gauteng. How can we ensure that only locals are prioritized for skill development? We have a huge issue with illegal foreigners in this country, and we want to ensure that they are not the ones being funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Lizanne from ANH Electronics, also a member of the community. It is with deep gratitude and appreciation that I stand here today to say thank you on behalf of GAP, because of your unwavering support, to thank you for believing in us, your funding and guidance and commitment to small businesses, especially in the most difficult times after COVID-19 pandemic, was more than just financial support. It was hope, it was a lifeline, it was a reminder that we are not alone. A special thank you to Luvengo, Kenelwe, and the entire team working behind the scenes at GAP. Your dedication and passion for development and willingness to walk this journey with entrepreneurs like myself do not go unnoticed. You are more than officials, you are builders of dreams and pillars of progress. I also want to thank you on behalf of the community of Eersterust. For many years, Eersterust has been one of the communities that often get overlooked, where opportunities rarely reach and where support is hard to find. But with GP, we finally felt seen. Because of the funding we received, we were able to create more jobs, empower others in our community with employment. We were also able to purchase battery-powered tools, which became absolute essential for keeping our operations running, especially during load shedding. The support helped us stay productive, meet deadlines, and continue providing quality service to our customers, no matter what the circumstance. Your support empowered both startups and existing businesses, helping to rise, to grow, and contribute meaningfully to the communities and economy. We salute you and appreciate everything. So if anybody wants to do an application to GEP, they are existing. We are one of the companies that benefited from the funding. So yeah, don't lose hope. Make sure you have all your papers in order that they require. Those ladies are absolutely the best. They help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a good story.
Hi everyone, morning. I'm Bashan Jacobs. I'm a member of this community. Just to give you a little bit of a background before I ask questions. We're currently running an organization called, I'm the chairman of an organization called Dynamic Life Changes Foundation, where we help the community with various projects, right? From a social development point of view. I'm also the chairman and founder of the Eersterust Business Chamber, and we have been. I've been part of previous teams that have actually tried to revive Business Chamber here in Eersterust until 2024, when I actually registered the Business Chamber and started programs and things in Eersterust to make sure that we that our businesses can get to the level with compliance with their business needs being met. Now, my experience, I've heard everyone, sort of like tell the panel nonsense at the end of the day. So I'm not going to do that, right? They've done it already. But the issue that we faced is, and this is my question to you, Mr. Chairman, right? The issue that we face is we have these meetings, we have these information sessions about who to contact and everything. But then when you guys leave, we actually get ignored when we send emails, our WhatsApps get ignored, our phone calls get ignored. So okay, tomorrow, fortunately, we have a meeting with GEP, as Chamber. We have a meeting with GEP where we're going to get the information and bring it to Eersterust. We're also taking one of the founders or the founder of the youth development movement, Eersterust Youth Development Movement. We're taking him with so that he can also take that information to the youth of Eersterust so that we can start building and helping the companies. But my question is, can we get, or can I, for instance, get a commitment from your department or from this panel that we will not be ignored when we send our information? Eersterust, for instance, needs a business hub where we will be able to, for the chamber to run, for the NPOs, NPCs, everyone that needs to get their business up and running. Eersterust needs a business hub. Now, we have identified land, okay, of which it's, because, what I've learned is that there's like a lot of red tape on land, so the land is landlocked at the end of the day, right? So I need to, for instance, find out and ask, I'm asking if you guys can, how are you going to assist us to get the land so that we can bring in the investment, bring in the solution for Eersterust as a chamber, and make sure that jobs are created. With the structure that we envision to build, there's going to be space for training. There's going to be space for business consulting. There would be space, obviously, for your departments to come and have your workshops and everything. And then also we want to, on the same premises, have a artisan section where people can receive training and do business from as well. So my question is simple. Number one, are we going to, can we get a commitment from you guys to actually get the information that's needed and the help that's needed? And number two, can we get a commitment to make sure that we are not ignored? I simply want a yes or no answer on that, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good day, my name is Althea Martlow. I'm a resident of Eersterust Ward 43. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity that we can become closer to where government intervenes. And I want to follow Beshan by saying everything is said, and I share the sentiments with Mr. Oliphant as well, and Mr. Kadi, because we are definitely, most definitely left behind. With that said, a few years ago, I've managed to innovate a system, a household appliance system that would help with water conservation, first of all, fresh water conservation. And I went through the channels via TIA, and TIA actually assisted me to get a prototype built by VUT. I got a product by my house. The product is not a usable product as yet because it needs finishing touches. And I approached the Innovation Hub last year this time, and the efforts to present and present and ask for money and assistance. It's just not given to this community. And Innovation Hub made me do the presentation. I can even share it with the gentleman that was presenting or representing the Innovation Hub. And then they just come back and say, sorry, ma'am, okay, I hear that there's different levels, but here's the question. Why must we just do the same things? If you want to break barriers and manufacture something new for South Africa, which isn't in South Africa, because when I've asked the VOT personnel, is there a similar manufacturing industry for this model of mine? And they said, no. In fact, there is no such industry in South Africa. Now, here's a simple person from Eersterust having this idea, and again, the idea is going nowhere. So I just want to know, who can I ask for assistance in the manufacturing area? If you people can just maybe assist me with it, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Goeiemiddag, ek is Transpuit van Eersterust. Ek wil een vraag vra. Is dit die eerste keer wat julle hier na Eersterust toe kom? As dit nie die eerste keer is nie, dan wil ek weet. Laas jaar, wat het julle gedoen vir 24? Wat het julle gedoen in die jaar tot nou toe, wat julle weer hier is? Vir Eersterust. Ons praat nie Shoshangu en Maupani, allerlei plekke nie, ons praat van vir Eersterust. Nie vir Mamelodi, vir Eersterust. Reg, punt nommer 2 is, ons speel allemaal van die kinders gebruik drugs. Dat is reepsentrums, as allerlei goede. Maar, is daar opleidingskole vir die drugkinders. Is hopeless jy gaan lê in 'n reepsentrum, en jy kry kos, en jy dink jou kind word gerehabiliteer. Hy word niks geleer nie. Hy word nie uitgevind, het hy kind matriek nie. Hoe ver is hy op skool nie. Hy word net in 'n plek geplaas en daar word hy vergeet. Vir die 6 maande. Daarna kom hy terug in die gemeenskap. En hy val weer terug. Is daar fasiliteite waar ons kinders kan gaan om 'n ambag te leer? Ek meen, ons het 'n skool daaronder wat niks beteken nie. Dat is klasse gebou wat mechanical engineering allerlei goed te gee. Maar niemand van julle stel belang om in sy skool te vind nie. Ek meen mense, gee ons kinders 'n ambag. Dis baie van die kinders wat die buitekant staan. Hulle sê, oom, leer my 'n ambag. Leer my weld, leer my panel beat. Baie van ons kleerlingkinders wil karre regmaak. Hulle stel belang aan karre. Daar is nie ambagskole nie. Ek kan julle 'n voorbeeld gee, mense. Patrice Mutsipele kom uit Allewil Noord uit. Baie van die ouens, Patrice se susters, Bridget Radebe, hulle almal kom uit Allewil Noord uit. Allewil Noord is 'n ambagskool. Dis manne wat besighede het in Eersterust, wat uit die skool uitkom, dit was 'n ambagskool. Ek meen, Pinkie, hulle almal, kom uit die skole uit. Ek meen, waar is ons skole hierso vandag? Ek is 'n ambagsman, ek is 'n houtwerker. Ek kom uit dinges uit, hier uit Tembisa se kante uit. Ek het my ambag gedoen daar, in Olifants. Ek meen, baie van die ouens hierso, wat boilermakers, stoelmakers is duis, kom uit die plekke uit. Ek meen, waar is ons mense? Waar is die skole? As julle ons ken een skool wees. Ek meen, ek het 4 kinders wat graag wil na die skole toe gaan om iets te gaan leer. Hulle sê straight, ek kan nie. Hier buitekant is niks nie. Ek kom met die reep uit, jy skel my elke dag. Gaan soek werk, dat is nie werk nie. Hulle vra wat se ambag hy. En die ander ding is, as jou kind by 'n plek kom, die eerste ding wat hulle kyk, jy kan gaan kyk by Samkor. Sy kinders staan lyne. Hulle kyk oor jou. Gaan kyk by die polisie. Se kinders gee hulle vorms in miljoene. Hulle word nie aangestel nie. Hulle word gebruik as green beans. Ek meen, die kind raak mismoedig. Ek meen, wat is die use? Hy word aangestel as 'n green bean. Hy raak mismoedig. Van hy kan nie promote word om te gaan leer vir 'n polisieman nie. Hulle hou hom daar. Van hom veldkleur is verkeerd. Om van is verkeerd. Is dieselfde met die army. Is met alle government instituties, is dit dieselfde ding. Meen by nursing, is presies dieselfde. Gaan by die nursing college, daar in die dorp in. Die government nursing college, gaan kyk daar. Uit 80%, uit 80, sê het 100 uit, is dat 2 leerlinge, wat plek gekry het om te studeer. Die rest is swart. Gaan nie by Mamelodi Daghospitaal. Onze mense word nie aangestel nie. Qualified sisters. Qualified verpleegsters. Ek is eerlik met julle mense, my vrou is elk leerling in Mamelodi Dag. Elk leerling. Elk leerling suster uit sê 1000 uit. Jy kan vir dokter Sue gaan vra. Hy sê jou sê. Hy gaan julle die statistieke gee. Daar's geen Indian nurse daar nie. Daar's geen wit nurse nie. Wit is nie, daar is net dinge, as die wit is die, wat by die X-ray masjiene werk, die goed, die physios. Sê om te sê, ons is teen aan hulle nie. Hier word onze mense raak siek in die nag in. Hulle word verby dag gery. En gaan hulle aan die onderkant, daar waar die ou padkobus te gewees het. En gaan hulle daarna toe. Dan word hulle verplaas na daghospitaal toe. Onze mense het nie transport daarna toe nie. Meen hier se kliniek. Helfte van die kliniek staf in Eersterust is swart. Nou sê hulle vir ons, ja, maar onze kinders en onze mense doen nie aansoek nie. Daar is nie so 'n storie nie. Onze kinders word nie geaanvaar nie. Dankie.
Baie dankie, ons neem kennis.
Goeiemôre. Goeiemiddag althans. My naam is Brusdien Buys. Ek is ook 'n entrepreneur en 'n klein besigheidseienaar van Eersterust. Ek wil baie dankie sê vir die GEP, want dit is een departement wat actually werk. Alhoewel dit baie lang tyd vat vir antwoorde en om die proses compleet te maak, is die departement baie effectief. Maar een ding wat ek wil vra van die board af, is wat gaan hulle doen omtrent die turnaround time vir applicants wat aansoek gedoen het om antwoorde terug te kry. Bijvoorbeeld, ek sien vandag ek sien nie die departement, julle nuwe departement is hier, sien daar nie, SETFA. SETFA bijvoorbeeld is een van die departementen waar jy nie antwoorde gaan terugkry nie. Al kry jy e-mails, soos die vorige mannetjie gesê het, jy kan die mense maar e-mail totdat jy blauw is in jou gesig. Antwoorde gaan jy nie kry nie. En nommer 2 is ook, Eersterust het baie fasiliteite of gebouwe wat behoort aan die municipaliteit. Wat doen die departement en hoe werk die departement saam met die municipaliteit om jong entrepreneurs soos myself die plekke te kan laat occupy as wat die plekke net staan en verwaarloos word en gevandaliseer word. Daar is baie plekke in Eersterust waar klein besighede dit kan maak op die persele. Dankie.
Goeiedag,
Baie
ek
dankie.
is Verona Plaatjies, oorspronklik van die Ooskaap. Ek het 'n klein besigheid wat begin het 2008, wat suksesvol is. Ek is een van die vrouens wat 'n sukses gemaak het, net deur harde werk en baie in te sit, maar Ek voel soos 'n asof jy in 'n oseaan is, as if you're in an ocean and there's no assistance. If it wasn't for Bruce, Bruce has assisted me, and he told me about all the fundings. I've heard about it numerous occasions, but there's so much of gatekeepers. There's people that they don't give you the correct information. They don't assist you. And I don't want to blame, particular people. But what I'm saying is that we need to identify people that can help small businesses like ours. I've got a small business, but I thank God for enhancing other businesses. Bruce is on my premises, and I haven't even charged him rental. That is what a small business can do. And I say it with a humble heart. I've also done work through NGOs to help communities in the COVID. I was one of the entrepreneurs that actually employed people. I had a staff complement at that point in time of about 10, and then I employed 15 other staff in COVID times. I unfortunately got very bad areas. I was fortunate that my husband could assist me in that time to make it possible to supply food. I supplied it with a level 5-star food that I supplied. Hence, the people that I knew that I asked for work, they were non-existent. So what I'm saying as a small business, demand is higher than supplies. I've had Cuban doctors that I took on at that small establishment in Centurion, Valhalla, to be specific. On the SANDF, on their board, but let me tell you, with the gatekeepers and people they are there, but they are actually non-existent. The Karate Club of PE, now I had to tell them, no, I can't take those kids, and my heart is there to help the community. So out of that, in the tourism board, for me, it was like all the years from 2008, I haven't had any support, and when the support come, then it's this document, then it's this. By the time they want you to, when you apply, your documents are in order, then your tax certificate has expired, and all these things, I don't even advertise because demand is higher than supply. Can't advertise. Then with all the opportunities, I had another opportunity of a spa that can open where I can take people that are unemployed to employ them, because we work as a partner in partnerships, the SMMEs, and I've got that people that I network to help those people, but I can't even supply what I want to offer to community. So all I'm saying is that you guys must just help us. Let there be people that are there to say we can help all communities, that we not complain all the time. I don't like to complain. I like to work, and I like to put in before I get out. I'm not here to just get things out, but even with the electricity we had, you know what, it's endless. I'm struggling just to get a solar system. With the small solar system that I have, it's not conducive. So most of the time, I cannot take the affluent market because obviously of the needs that I have. So I just want to say also thank you for being here today, and just to hear all our voices and our complaints, and also thank you for what you guys are putting in our communities.
Baie dankie. Thank you very much. Okay, so we want to start wrapping up. I think the gentleman that's getting the mic
Thank you
now,
very much.
Will be the last question for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful for this high-level delegation that has come into our community. I'm glad that what I wanted to say has already been said by my community members. But I wonder, as you sit there as a high-level delegation, have you done some research about Eersterust? If you've done some research, then you would know that for the last 30 years, there hasn't been any development in Eersterust. We are an impoverished community, forgotten. Nothing has ever happened in this community. And let me just make you aware now. Look around. When you look around, you'll hardly see any members of our community at this meeting. People are disheartened. The legislature has been here, I think, about 2 years ago. It didn't work out too well. There was a huge protest when you came here. I tried to salvage the meeting, but I couldn't. So what I want to say is that when you come into a community like this, with such a high-level delegation, you have to do your research and know that this community is disheartened by the response we're getting from various departments. And it has been highlighted that when they complain about certain things, they are not getting the proper response. And that response has also been highlighted. So can you kindly look into that? I am William Jacobs. I belong to an organization, the ECDF. My portfolio is economic development, and I will work, and I am working with various organizations that is trying to uplift this community. So all I'm asking is that you do realize that this community has been forgotten for over 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. So noted. Right, I think that's all for now, for today. We need to finalize the proceedings for today. I want to ask the HOD if departments... Yes. Sorry, before the HOD response, Member Mfiko just reminded me that the committee members must also provide inputs and questions. So I'm going to ask the members whether they have any questions. Member Abrams.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to welcome all the residents of Eersterust and the department, as well as my fellow colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for listening to the request that there's a big cry out for the community in Eersterust. And like the gentleman has rightfully said, Mr. Jacobs, this community has been forgotten for over 30 years. To the department, it is really disappointing and saddened that a committee must bring you to a community to come and hear what the outcry is. The presentations that was made is not what's happening on the ground. Our people are suffering extensively. I'm speaking from a point of not just being a committee member, but also as a human being. If you look at the cars, the vehicles that some of these department officials has pulled up here this morning, it's a disgrace. It's really an utmost disgrace for the mere fact that people are hungry. The gentleman over here mentioned this morning that there were people that were arrested, 16-year-old, for food, being served with criminal records and so forth. The youth development, a big concern that we have is we are speaking on the presentation this morning that it is 100%, the growth has been up to 100%, and all the youth unemployment has been fulfilled. However, the unemployment in youth is increasing, so your numbers is not adding up. I seriously really hope that the department take this community for once and for all serious. It's a community that's crying out. It was great to see that there's one of the community members that has benefited out of this community, and she presented it very well this morning from the automotive project. However, there is a second phase coming through. My question to the department and to the CEO of automotive is that stop with the recruitment of employees from Port Elizabeth. and employ people from your surrounding areas, especially Eersterust. I want to comment on the gentleman who spoke this morning about die ambagskool. Jy is 100% reg, meneer. Die ambagskool, dit is wat ons mense is. Ons kan enigiets met ons hande doen. We only need to be given an opportunity. We will, and we are in support with the chairperson here. The chairperson, he's very assertive, he's very firm, the committee is very firm. We are going to keep the department accountable. We keep the department accountable already as it is, and we will continue keeping this department accountable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give Member Mfikwe opportunity, and then Member Sharif, and then Member Latswalo. Thank you very much.
I want to stand up. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. We are not yet exhausted. We are not yet exhausted. Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. I think, and I'm standing up because I respect all of you, so that when I speak to you as leaders of the community and members of a community. We are a portfolio committee. Our responsibility is to hold the department accountable on your behalf, because you are not at the legislature. That's one. Two, part of our work rests on us doing what is called public participation, which is what we are doing today. The presentations that we're dealing with is the work of the Department of Economic Development with its entities. In the first quarter, Councillor, we were speaking there about the fourth quarter is ending in 2 weeks. The fourth quarter of the legislature has ended because our financial year in the provincial government and the legislature is not in tandem with the municipality's financial year. Ours starts in March, in April, ends in March. The legislature and the parliament. So the municipalities is July until June. So that is where the difference is at. So we are done with the fourth quarter of provincial government and legislature. So this first quarter is for the past financial year that ended in March. So we closed the year. So what our work say, our modus operandi says, is that when we consider these 4 quarterly reports, we must go to different communities and come with the department, for the department to say to us and the communities, this is the work that we have done. What we are insisting on as portfolio committees, not just economic development, is that when we go to Eersterust like we are here today, tell us, what is it that you've done? They have an annual plan that they presented here with targets that do not necessarily speak or focus in Tshwane. Their targets must focus in Gauteng, the province, all of the province. But we say to the department, after you tell us what you did, as per what is called an APP, Annual Performance Plan, zoom into particular areas that we're going to and tell us what is it that you did. Tell us what you are doing in Gauteng, probably something in Joburg, something in Sidibeng, but come back to the area where we're at and say, within this plan, this is what we're doing in Eersterust. We did pick up that some of the entities were saying this is what we did in Tshwane, not necessarily in Eersterust. One or two of them said this is what we did in Eersterust. So this presentation is not a particular presentation about Eersterust. It's about the work that the department is doing in the province of Gauteng. Your beneficiaries could be from Soweto, could be from Alexandra, could be from Katlehong, could be from Sidibeng. But come back and say, this is what we did for this area. We appreciate that you are saying, and that is why we appreciate the engagement. You are helping us to hold the department accountable. You are helping us. All the points that you've said, not work that is not done in Eersterust, we must then go back and say to the MEC and his team, upon presenting your quarterly report, the community of Eersterust says they are still not developed 30 years down the line. What is it that we can do with economic development into the new financial year that assists us to resolve some of the challenges that are happening in Eersterust within the Tshwane precinct? There are things, and I appreciate that we have MMCs here, councillors here. Part of holding us accountable, councillors must also hold the executive in the municipalities accountable. 80% of development in our areas must be done through and by municipalities. There is a process called an IDP process. All municipalities must do it. An integrated development plan process. Either the plan is started or the plan is being reviewed. I know before we did the budget of municipalities, that process was done. I would want to imagine that this community and the leadership sitting here participated in the IDP reviewal process so that your development of Eersterust is included in the approval of the IDP of the city of Tshwane. Because if you do not do that, we will come back again next year and still say our area is not considered for development because we are not participating in telling the municipality that we want particular development to be done in our areas. And you know what is my challenge with the IDP processes? That we attend those meetings to complain about grass that needs to be cut. We complain about potholes that need to be filled. We complain about street lights that need to be on at night. That is not the purpose of the IDP. It is a development plan. Grass must be cut. It is an operational day-to-day that the municipalities must do. Potholes must be fixed. It's a day-to-day. Street lights must be on at night and off at night. It's what the municipalities must do anyway. The IDP, we must say to the municipality, we want a hall, we want a home, we want development in our areas, and we break it down. Not talk about things that employees of the municipalities are employed to do. That is what we do at our IDPs. You can't go there and complain about basic things that the municipality must do on a day-to-day basis. So we appreciate the opportunity, Chair, that the community is saying to us, help us so that we hold government accountable. We are not government. We are not government. We are a portfolio committee that must hold government accountable on your behalf, Member Moriarty. That is our responsibility. There's no MEC here. There is no HOD here. Those are government representatives. They are the ones that we agree on a budget that they must spend. And our role is to say, we agreed on a budget that you must spend, you did not spend. Why didn't you spend? Then we come with them to you for them to answer these questions that we are asking. Chair, I have noted a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask. We'll ask at the portfolio committee meeting. But right now, we want to say we are not nonsensical, as it has been said in the meeting. Because these presentations that were brought here are not the creation of the portfolio committee. They are the creation of the department that together with you are holding accountable. And as I said, we will note, take some of your suggestions that are very progressive that we've had in making sure that we assist government to make sure that Eersterust is developed so that whatever we leave for our children, our grandchildren, is an area that they will be proud of tomorrow. So we really want to ask you to bear with us as we traverse and we navigate these challenges that you've given to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Mfikwe. Member Mfikwe was a previous chair of this committee. She understands the work very much. And I want to thank her for explaining, again, the role of us as a committee and that we do oversight. So with that said, I think the next speaker is Member Sharif, then Member Lotswalu, and then Member Ngwedi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. You'll allow me to sit because I want to address the department directly. First of all, I agree with a lot of what the community has said. The amount of jobs created is not anything to come and speak about like it's an amazing achievement. It's below par. The amount of unemployed young people, the high rates of unemployment in this province, the Department of Economic Development doesn't even make a dent. It doesn't even make a dent. You have R1 billion of budget and you create plus minus 7,000 jobs within the province. That is unacceptable. And I agree with the councillor that said we need to bring what is the future KPIs. Well, I'll tell you, councillor, it's not anything amazing. And you'll be shocked to see that they don't even change the KPIs. They wanted to create 100 youth jobs last year, 100 youth jobs this year, 100 youth jobs next year, 100 every year until you get to 2028. For the entire Gauteng. So please don't expect too much if you're asking for future thinking or the hope that jobs are going to come your way, because under this department, it's not going to happen. Chairperson, I also want to raise my concern that the MEC is not here today. The MEC is the person who is the political principal of this department and who we essentially as a portfolio committee hold accountable, because the legislature holds the executive accountable, and that is the person we need to hold accountable. My next question to the department is, we just found out as the portfolio committee, that TIDA is out for comment. Nobody told us. Do you think it's acceptable to do this sort of work when we as the legislature, who are lawmakers, this is our main role outside of just oversight, is to create legislation, that we don't even know that the Township Economic Development Act is out for comment. And I think that is unacceptable, Chairperson, and things need to be done much better moving forward. The next thing I want to find out is that, again, going back to your targets, they are too low for the amount of money that you have. There is no return on investment. And I said this to the MEC, you can once just take all of this money and give it to people, and they will do more with it than the department is doing in order to create jobs. Lastly, Chairperson, I've continuously spoken to the department about industrial parks. To my surprise, I see that you are planning six new, or I don't know, refurbished. You don't give a lot of detail in your budget plan that we will be getting new 6 industrial parks. What about the existing industrial parks? Somebody spoke about Roodeplaat and how far it is, or the young gentleman at the back spoke about young entrepreneurs, young people just need space. They just need somewhere to go for their business to thrive, for their business to grow, and to get assistance, because you can't be a small business and not have a business address. How are you going to get a bank account? How are you going to get your compliance that you so desperately need if you don't even have somewhere to work out? You're working from the back room of your house. That is unacceptable. So when we look at industrial parks, the department needs to think intuitively, and you need to reimagine what industrial parks can look like and what it can mean for small businesses, and not just talk shop, not coming here with your high-level presentations that nobody really understands and expecting us to just say, well done, keep going. No, it's unacceptable. You need to come and speak to people and tell them exactly what is happening, and not just provide tables of percentages here and there without any context, because nobody understands it. But Chair, I wonder if this is not the strategy to keep pulling the wool over people's eyes, but I'll just leave it at that. So I'd like to know from Mr. Nawa, what exactly is the plans in terms of the industrial parks, and how will it benefit communities like Eersterust when you can't even, the 60, 70 industrial parks in the province, you can't even get it right. We have these industrial parks becoming havens for criminal activities, these industrial parks becoming scrap metal junkyards, when young people and small businesses are yearning and they're begging just for an office space for them to be able to do their job, and that seems too difficult. So I'd like more information around industrial parks from the department. Secondly, tell us how many jobs have you created in total, and how much each of those jobs cost. So how much money was given to create jobs, and how many jobs will cost? I don't need explanation, I just want the numbers so we can see if there is a return on investment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Member Sharif. Member Letswade.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to also appreciate the residency of Eersterust, but the broader residency of the city of Tshwane. I want to start by cautioning all of you here, because there's a tendency everywhere we go where you listen to people only to clap hands and you get excited. That is why there isn't much a change, because we get lost in the moment around the beautiful things that people say or that they are seeking to represent. I would have expected to hear things differently here. And I'll tell you what my expectations were. My expectation coming here were that we're going to hear from a number of young people who will say, I've got a company. I think there was a gentleman there who said, and I was impressed because he could demonstrate that I've got an entity. Remember, we've got the legal systems. We're a country governed by laws. We're not a country that just does things, willy-nilly. Otherwise, there will be a lot of accusations about corruption and so on. So my expectation were that we're going to hear from the community that says, we've made an attempt, we've walked this journey in seeking to unlock economic opportunities from the government of the day. And by the way, the government of the day, I think Member Tsidi Mfukwe mentions it. It's structural. Local government, there is what we call local economic development. That's why I get worried when I see councillors from the city of Tshwane also having questions. We can't come to this platform and politicize it. The residents of Eersterust must reject that anybody comes from the city of Tshwane wanting to ask questions about how to unlock opportunities. That's the first thing. The second thing is that yourselves as residents ought to say, we have been failed against our attempts. And having done that, you are saying to us as the committee, we have made an effort, we have gone to the offices of the Department of Education or any other department really. We have been shunned. Doors have been locked on us. So there is this committee here. We then take up those specific issues. Because if you are going to have a generalized discussion, not much will be achieved. And I think we must separate. I want to advise you to separate issues. What brings us here this day is not infrastructure-related issues, but it's about how you, as somebody looking at establishing themselves, as somebody looking at developing an enterprise, it could be a company, it could be any other organization that you think you will utilize to unlock opportunities. You then have got to say, yeah, I've got it here. And by the way, at the back there, you will see their stalls. I took a bit of a walk earlier on. Not many people interacted with those stalls. Not many. So maybe Chairperson, we must do it different. We must say, here is the Department of Economic Development. Who are those of you who have got companies and they've tried several times? You know, they've submitted for request for quotations, they've requested for funding, whether it be grants, whether it be loans, and we have not succeeded. We don't know what is the reason. Then you must raise your hands so that we say to the department, here is a list. We are giving you 3 months within which to engage with these people or to engage with these companies or businesses. And then at the fall of the 3 months, we'll expect a report as the committee in how you have assisted, particularly, I don't want to exclude residents from other areas, but particularly those residents who are coming from Eersterust. We should do it in that fashion. Let's not be excited by the moment. You know, let's be worried when you see politicians wanting to say grand things, you know, that will excite you. We're not here for that. We're all politicians as we're seated here. But we're here collectively with yourselves to hold the government of the day accountable. I think Member Mfiko explains the separation of the powers. You know, when they say we have not been able to find people with disabilities, amongst ourselves here, and I think there was a gentleman who said, I have a son living with disability. But does the son have an enterprise? We need to be asking those questions. And if the son has got an enterprise or a company, where has he been failed? You know, that is what we need to do here. If we are saying, you know, there are women who have been sidelined and they've been applying, let's point. So that as the committee, our approach on the work that we do is more pointed, but it's not generalized. You know, I also take exception. I really sympathize with the views from the community that says there's crime, there's a use of drugs. We sympathize with that sentiment. And I think it's the kind of sentiment that must converge us. Politicians, business, government of the day, to find the common solutions. But I'll tell you, at the center of these problems, you require the community. Ndate Panyaza earlier on says, we failed in projects. But let me tell you, if you go to Mamelodi, because we must always tell the truth. If you go into Mamelodi, there are no networks of gangs of criminals. You know, they are there. I'm saying they are known. They are known. And they are known by who? They are known by the community. You know? But you go into our communities. I may not necessarily know the experience in Eersterust, but I know Mamelodi. You go into Mamelodi, there are some of the known gangs which are honored and worshipped by our communities. You know, such that even when a project comes, the community fails to organize itself against these networks. You may want government to intervene, and often government intervenes, it comes on side, it tries to bring police, and so on. But because our community does not hold together, we're seeing that weakness in the ability of these criminals taking over our projects. But that is a discussion for another day. Today we're discussing the performance of the Department of Economic Development. How are they unlocking opportunities for you? But for us to be able to interpret what is coming out of these reports, we should be able to say, no, we disagree because I've got a company that is constituted by people living with disabilities. You still have not helped me. I want to enter into manufacturing. How can you redirect me? I've got an entity that has been running for 7 years. Where are the opportunities and how can I be sponsored? I need equipment. And government does have those kinds of measures in place. So I'm merely appealing that let's have a more pointed discussion with the department so that they don't live here with any of you having given them anything. Otherwise, it's going to be futile. It's going to be a check and list exercise. If none of you are going to rise and saying, here I am, I'm raising my hand. Because this meeting is unlike any other meeting that addresses general issues. It addresses specific issues. If you don't have a company and coming into this platform to complain that this department has not assisted me, you are taking us back. You are really taking us back. In fact, you are wasting your time. If you are coming into this kind of a platform, you have not even made an attempt to register an entity. You have not even made an attempt to operationalize that entity. Then you have wasted your own time. You've really just wasted your own time. But if you are coming here like that gentleman who says, hey, I've got a company, I've knocked on several doors, then at least that gentleman gives the department an opportunity and asks to be able to fight with the department or no, true to form. You have failed this gentleman. There's another gentleman at the back who said, well, I've got a security company, but we are struggling to unlock opportunities. You can have a conversation with that gentleman. But you can't have a conversation with anybody who doesn't present anything. But they expect that the government will follow them. It's not going to happen. So I want to tell you this a bitter truth. So that when you live here, you don't say members of the legislature came and lied to us. Because you might have lied to yourself by coming in a hollowed way. So I'm really appealing that here is the department. They are going to be here with you the whole day. Raise your hands. Raise your hands and say to them, hey, here are our things. So please, Chair, I thought we should give her that direction. Thank you very much. No clapping. Don't clap for me.
Thank you, Member Lotswalo. We come to our last member, Member Ngubeni. You may go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the community again. I will not give you a lecture, but want to firstly acknowledge the questions that were raised by all people who took podium. And it must be noted that there is no stupid question that was raised or a question that was misplaced. So every question that was raised concerns, we take them into consideration. But Chair, I will not speak as if I'm a department or I'm these agencies, because I'm a servant of the people. And want to take this opportunity again to reaffirm the people of Eersterust that we are here for you. and we have taken note of everything that you have raised. But I wanted to speak more on a young person or old people who come from this community who don't know where to go or where to start, but they've got capacity, you know. But the presentations, if you look, I think that should be an advice maybe going forward, Chair, that we ought to find a way, you know, of, you know, I understand that the presentations are of high level, but it might be difficult for some of the people who came here as young people who heard that the economic development is coming, you know, there are opportunities, but they don't get this information, or perhaps maybe we ought to, you know, invest in awareness campaigns of, you know, teaching our people and making sure that they understand what we speak about, because you can sit here, the whole meeting, a person is confused. There are just, you know, a whole lot of terminologies that are being posed here. There are confusions. You know, I for one understand that there are especially the dejected masses, people who are poor of the poorest. You know, it's very difficult to have access to such information, and you will think that people don't have capacity. They do have capacity, but because they don't have, you know, more information, you know, to have access to these opportunities, unlike those who are privileged to have access to this, you know, information through social media or accounts, whatever, websites, you know, some perhaps maybe they know certain people who runs these, you know, agencies, you know. So it's very difficult. That is why I wanted, because I've heard most of the latter speakers that spoke, they spoke more on the high level of the presentation, but I felt that going forward, you know, when you come to the community expect that you need to relate, you know, with their issues. You know, some people are here to learn. Give them that opportunity and be able to, you know, even when we live here, we should not just leave, go to the Kasano or Dane, you know. People must remain. You must be able to engage with them, to raise your concerns directly, you know, so that when you live here, you've got something that you have noted and you have learned, and you are able to become a better person tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ngobeni. So I'm going to hand over to the department, HOD, to respond to the various questions. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair. If you allow me, Chair, to dramatize a bit in this meeting, to invite all.
HOD, can you come up here perhaps and just use this mic? Thank you.
No, Chair, I was going to request you that you allow me to dramatize and invite all the colleagues who presented to line up again for all the questions that are raised. But I want to start by indicating, Chair, that I thought the MEC has sent an apology, and because the program was not followed as such, I would have apologized that he's attending another meeting. So he's not absent, he has sent an apology to the Chair. I'm not sure the Chair has received that apology. If not, may I take this opportunity to indicate that he did say he was going to write to the Chair for apology, and also we should also say it loud that he's going to not to make the meeting. Let me take the point, Chair, that it is a responsibility of the department and all government departments that when they go to a community, a meeting like this one, they should be able to assist or procure in that community. So a brother who raised a point that the food was not bought here, in my discussion with the colleagues from legislature, I think they've done some work, but unfortunately
they actually engaged the ward councillor. So they've warned him in advance that they are coming here, and therefore there should be a local person to provide, to procure, but unfortunately that didn't happen. We apologize. So on the questions that are raised, colleagues, may I invite you, Brasaki, to come first to give a sense of the work we do on JEB and what should happen moving forward. And maybe all our colleagues that are going to give an answer must come forward. I really want you to be here quick so that we don't waste the time for the chair. The rest of other things, I do think at the end I should be able to make a summary of what the department is doing.
Good afternoon to members of the community. Good afternoon, Chair, and honorable members of your committee. Firstly, outside we have the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. We have the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. So there are colleagues there who will explain to you how you apply. So for people who want to apply for finance, they've not been to our offices, they've not been to the website, or they've even applied. The colleagues who are out there are specifically here for those questions, so you can get direct answers on how you apply. Typically, most of the government entities, you apply online or you go to their offices, and there will be some compliance information that you need. You need a business plan, you need to have a registered entity, you need to be registered with SARS. So they're typically those documents. And GEP typically has grants, but these grants are small. They usually end up to 50,000 rands, or you can apply for loans, and the loans can go on average up to about 5 million rand. So that's basically for those people who are interested in applying, and those who are asking how did the other individuals get the money. So they would have physically gave in an application. So when we give the grants, we don't give you a mandate on how to spend the money. You are the one who applies and say, I have this business, I think this business is going to create jobs, and the jobs are going to be in this and that area. So we then evaluate you on the basis of what you've done. So some of the questions, as an example, on the department gets $1 billion and what is the impact on jobs. As GEP, we don't report on jobs that are created because we don't create the jobs, it's the businesses that create jobs. So if you're gonna put a target in your annual report and say 1,000 jobs, the auditors will say, give us IDs of the people who got those jobs. So we finance, and the people we finance create jobs. You have the gambling board, which collects about R1 billion, and they also get money from the department. There's a company now called Afrozonke. We're going to do infrastructure for them, and that infrastructure is about 70 million rands, but the investment is going to be 2 billion. But the 2 billion investment creates jobs for that company. It's not us as a department. Same thing with tourism. So in aggregate, if you look at what we've done, it's in different areas. And Chair, I think some of your members did say that we may have to see how we report to you, because we come and give quarterly reports. We don't give, local specific information. So it seems as if we don't care about the communities, while in essence what we're being asked to come here and do is to report on those. The gentleman who had the business and he says he's regarded as semi-skilled, it would again help to understand what he requires. Do you require us to finance you so that you are SAPS accredited, or do you need money for skills development? Then the intervention gets to be a bit more specific on what it is he requires to get to the next step. But as I said, we have colleagues that are here who can answer some of those questions. On who is receiving money, that usually is a bit of a difficult question. We've been raising it with the committee because there is POPI Act, which is Protection of Personal Information Act. So we don't give individuals names, but to say these are the number of businesses and the entities that got financing, because those are people that applied. I often use the example that you don't go to a bank, get a loan, and then you hear CEO of a bank saying, well, this person owes us a credit card, because that is private information. So we can make some, I'm saying the one that's required here, we'll see how we make it to the committee, but there is a line on how far we can go. I mean, it is there, but the information, yeah. But I'm just saying there is a line on what the applications to the Innovation Hub, the lady was saying is manufacturing, depending on what it is that you were applying for. Sometimes it is a good thing to have a product which is very unique, but sometimes it can be a challenge because the research and development required to finance that may be too much. It may be that it's not within the budgets that we get as an entity. So depending on whether the project is viable in terms of project preparation, that is something we can look at, but sometimes the new projects are not fully developed to a point where they are financeable, especially by us who get money from government and who've got to justify how we are doing it. We had again, which are things that don't get into the reports because, as I'm saying, these are third parties. We had an investment conference recently, and in the investment conference, we had 312 billion rands of pledges that were made out of about 60 projects ranging from different things. We are now working with investors who have made those commitments to see when they are going to be implemented. The 60 projects are over a 3-year period. I mean, one example I've made, which is Afrozonke, that's a biochemicals plant. There's Calgro that's doing social housing, and they need bulk infrastructure. There are the SEZ projects that we're doing. I mean, we already have Into Foods that's at the ITZ. That employs people. They supply Woolies with packaged foods. So there are actual projects that we've done, and those aggregate into the information that were there. But for those who want to apply, as I said, we have colleagues that are outside, and we can make the information available. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take a solution-based approach, Chair, to this. And sort of make a couple of call to action. There was a gentleman here that mentioned that they are he said an unqualified boilermaker, but he's had a lot of experience. At the AIDC, we run what we call a trade test center. And outside here, there's a stall. It's got a lot of information about that, but what we do there is that we've got what we call artisans recognition of prior learning. So we look at your experience, we assess you, we then close the gap, and we then assess you into what is called a red seal artisan. That program has been very successful and is giving a lot of people very big opportunity and employability, has increased their employability. So I would like to appeal to that gentleman to approach me after this. I can be able to assist with that. The other point that was raised was that there's a number of empty buildings that are underutilized. As the AIDC, part of the programs that we run is what we call township automotive hubs. The township automotive hubs will take over an old building. Usually it belongs to the municipality. We've got a program where we will renovate it, equip it with equipment, and have entrepreneurs, mechanics, particularly panel beaters from the community, to come into that hub and actually run their own businesses out of that hub. We've run a very successful program in Chamdo, in the Krugersdorp. We've run a very successful program in Winterveld in the north, and we'll be happy to start something here in Eersterust. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members, members of the community, thank you. I think our acting CEO has emphasized the issue on that came on the floor regarding the referral to a manufacturing site. We do have a stall outside, we can take the engagement further. What I wanted just to say is to encourage the members of the community to visit the Innovation Hub at Mamelodi site. However, we are committing, myself and other CEOs here, that we will come back in the month of July so we can do an outreach, so we can tell the community more of the opportunities that we have in different agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. I just don't see the councillor who asked me this question around our SDF and our CSI programs. So we have a call for proposal, and it goes through our national newspapers, and that's how people know that we are calling for proposals to come through. We're quite transparent. We also put information of who received money through these programs on our annual report yearly, and you can find this online as well. In terms of the programs or the sporting facilities that we've done, we don't have one in particular here in Eersterust, but we do have in Tshwane, Mamelodi, Mabopane, Hammanskraal, etc. And I think that's what I was referring to earlier. In terms of what we've done here in Eersterust, in terms of our outreach programs or responsible gambling, we had one here in this hall in Eersterust 16 months ago. And we did that, it was a business information workshop. We did that in collaboration with the Consumer Affairs, and how that streamlined in order for the people of Eersterust to know that it's happening here. We did it through the economic cluster, and it was filtered out in that way. And the workshop really focused on economic opportunities, women skilling, as well as enabling people around what responsible gambling is. Thank you.
Thank you. From the tourism side, and the question asked, with our challenge on supporting businesses and enterprises of persons living with disability, so practically our CFO is here in the meeting. So those that have those enterprises and will really want to work with us and assist us to be able to get suppliers in that field. CFO, maybe the CFO from Gauteng Tourism is there. They can interact with the CFO directly so that we are able to work with you in addressing that challenge. The second issue is for the Harankua Hotel School, which was raised, and it was the MEC directive that we can't continue with the school that was built almost 40 years ago, built with asbestos and only built to accommodate a few number of learners. We had to redesign. That's why we brought in the might of the Group DD. The Gauteng Growth and Development Agency is assisting us in redesigning the school and turning it into a model hospitality and tourism school for the province. That means it will need to operate in association with other TVET colleges that might be found in our communities and not work as a standalone. So therefore, the project is not intended to make it compliant. It's intended to completely overhaul the school and make it part of the schools of specialization that is enrolled or rolled out by the province. The issue on the business chamber, so the members from the business chamber from Eersterust, my advice and guide is that those that are running tourism businesses here will urge you to form yourselves into an Eersterust Tourism Association and subscribe to the business chamber. If they are here and they are running tourism business, they can come to me directly here and we will assist them on how to form the local tourism association and how that tourism association can be an affiliate to the business chamber. We'll work with you through the entire journey of registration. Those that are guides or want to register for tourist guides, or they have their badge expired, or they have not paid their tourist guide registration, there's Patrick, my colleague, Holele, he can stand up. You can link up with Patrick, or you can come to myself so that we can assist you to register. A specific submission is, for example, if there are mechanics or people that are from Eersterust that might have worked at the Ford plant here, and they have now been retrenched or they have retired, those people can easily be trained as storytellers and guide, and we can work with Ford, we can work with the AIDC to start a visitor center at the plant, and they can be trained. And if there are any of those people that meet that specific characteristics, they can come to me directly, and we'll work with you towards training you and capacitating you and bringing the colleagues from the AIDC to form part of that project. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good day, I'm Kutso Smechane from TASAS. Chair, thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the questions posed. On TASAS, I think there were just two issues posed to us on the SMME numbers and the jobs. Allow me, maybe members of the community, to explain first that what TASAS has done in an attempt to make sure that opportunities go to relevant people, we have ring-fenced opportunities within what we call Target Area 1, which is made up of 9 wards, Ward 43 being one of those wards, to ensure that there is a representation on opportunities. On the SMMEs, one member asked, there are 15 SMMEs that benefited. I am humbly requesting that when we look at the presentation, we also consider the value. And I'm making a practical example. There is one ward, Ward 15, which had 20 SMMEs benefiting to the total value of 38 million. However, Ward 43, which is Eersterust, had 15 SMMEs benefiting to the total value of 39 million. So the value coming to Eersterust was far better than the value that went to Ward 15. But Chair, through you, if it's permissible, if there's further information that community would ask or the community would need, will make that information available. One of my colleagues has mentioned Popeye Act. You will need to guide us because this is public funds being used. How do we then make sure that the information that is used from public funds is equally made available to the communities? But equally, because I'm a local boy, we have our own experiences, Chair, that where we share information, because of other criminal elements, we need to be careful that we also protect those beneficiaries. Because then you might have people going and knocking at their doors and saying, we have heard from the meeting that you have received so much, can you share with us? On the jobs, the same applies, that we have divided the jobs. The 9 wards take about 70% of the jobs created, and unfortunately to the community, we can only make jobs available based on the jobs available per project. So if the project has 400 jobs available, we'll take the 400 divided by 70. That number of the 70% of the 400 will then be distributed among the 9 wards, depending on those who qualify. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, the officials from the department, and the members of the public. I didn't speak, but I was asked just to say some few things. My name is Zweli Zwane. I'm from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. I'm from the Chief Directorate, Inclusive Economy. As Inclusive Economy, we are responsible for 3 legislations. I think this is very, very important. The first legislation that we are responsible for in Gauteng Province, it's a National Small Business Development Act. Anything that has to do with that legislation
in Gauteng province, we are responsible for it. The second one is the broad-based black economic empowerment. Anything that has to do with that legislation in the province, we are responsible for it. And then the last one is Township Enterprise Development Act. Also, anything that has to do with that legislation, we are responsible for it in Gauteng province. So we use all of them to support small businesses in the province. So due to time and everything, I'm going to take you through TEDA, Township Enterprise Development Act, community Eersterust, or the business people at Eersterust. What we are expecting from you, which is stated in the bill before it's being finalized to be an act, you need to identify an area that you want our MEC to declare as a township enterprise zone. That's a starting point. Once you have identified that area and all the businesses in Eersterust agree to say this is the place that we want the MEC of Economic Development to declare as an enterprise development zone, you will make your application to the Department of Economic Development. You may be lucky that the person who's going to develop the process of evaluating your application and also making the recommendation might be in this house here, and you might be hearing him as I'm talking. And then that person is going to evaluate your application and make a recommendation to the head of the department to say, can you recommend to the MEC to declare that area as a township enterprise zone? Once that area has been declared as enterprise development zone, all the speakers that presented here, we are going to bring them to you. But before we bring them to you, all the public institutions, we are going to bring them to you so that you can tell them how you wanted them to develop the enterprise zone. And then the other thing that also we are going to do as a Department of Economic Development, we are going to ask the city of Tshwane to make sure that there is road that goes there is electricity that is there that you can use, also there is water, because that's what the Act prescribes. And then once the city of Tshwane have done those things, and then we are going to start developing that area where we look for investors. If the departments or the provincial department can able to develop the area to a level where you can start working there, and then we are going to facilitate that process. Once the place has been developed, we are going to also to work with you in terms of allocating that place to the SMMEs that are operating in Eersterust, so that you are operating the proper facility, and we are going to make sure that all your products are accredited and everything. And then the last thing that we are going to ensure is to say the government of Gauteng, they must spend up to 60% of their total budget for goods and services to those enterprises that are there. And then, as a Gauteng Department of Economic Development, we'll be monitoring this work very close. Each and every time you call us to talk about this work, we will be able to tell you exactly what is happening. The only two things that I will request from you as business people who will be operating from the Township Enterprise Zone, please grow the economy of Gauteng. Those are the things that I will be monitoring from you. And then the second thing, please create a job for the people of Eersterust. And then if you can do those things and everything, and then we would have implemented the Township Enterprise Act properly. So that's the intention of the TEDA. Thank you.
No, Chef, I take that after all the answers, to commit the department that we do have an interest to support our communities, so that we don't come to meetings and just say things that we don't mean. And I would want to agree with the colleagues that have spoken that we will not stop here. We will have to come back to do other things that we have promised that are coming in this coming financial year. Perhaps before we leave, Chair, if you allow us, we would want to meet with Mr. Williams, because we also agree that we should meet with formations that are already in existence, that are business related or economic related, that we can also support through them to get communities to rise. So we stand committed to see to it that our commitment come to pass in the work that we do. And Chair, I think those were the questions, and I take we have covered all the questions as presented.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Ladies and gentlemen, so you've heard the answers. I don't think that they've covered all the questions that you have posed, right? So what I want to do is practical, as a practical solution to that problem, is to provide you with an email address of the committee, which I will put on the screen just now. It's the email address of our coordinator, our senior coordinator, Mr. Thabo Skosana, and he will receive your emails and your questions that have not been covered and answered yet, and then we will endeavor from our side to answer those questions back to you specifically, so that there's an open channel of communication. It's our job not only to do oversight over the executive and the department's work, but also to make sure that you are assisted, and that and in that way we provide a facilitation process and assistance to you. So that is also part of our mandate. Our overarching mandate as a committee is to make sure that the economy grows and that decent, sustainable jobs are created. Those are the two goals that we're looking at. They are easy to say, but they are not easy to do. But we're going to try our best from our side, because that's our job. That's what we must do. We must hold the government accountable and make sure that they spend the money well and in an efficient way, and in a way that will create jobs in the end of the day. So, with that said, Thabo, can you perhaps just place your, I can't see the screen.
There's no screen.
Okay, there it is. Okay, hang on, I can see it here. So there's Mr. Thabo Skosana's email address. There's also an email address at the bottom that you can use if you want to register as a service provider for the GPL. And they will provide you with all of the information you need. So when we come here again, we will then be certain that you do have the information to get your own service providers registered, enrolled, and providing services for a day like this to the GPL. That we use the local businesses and that we support you as a community. Right, so just before we end the meeting, I want to give the IEC, they are here today as well. Apparently they just want to say something quickly. I want to give a brief opportunity to the IEC to talk to you, and then we will finalize the process for today, the meeting for today. Thank you very much. Thabo? Is that a spell foot? This is a spelling error. Okay, thank you. We will go ahead with the IEC.
Great. Good afternoon, community members. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Portfolio Committee members. Please note that all protocols are observed. My name is Tandeka. I am currently responsible for Mamelodi West IEC office. So today we are also here to make sure that we support the meeting. So I just want to give you a little bit of a background of what IEC is. I know everyone do know what IEC is, but I just want to highlight IEC is an independent electoral commission. It's the organization that administers elections. Just like any other organization, we have duties to fulfill. So our duties is to manage national, provincial, and local elections, is to make sure that those elections are credible, free, and fair, is to make sure that the results of those elections are declared within a specific time. So today we have joined the meeting to firstly remind the community that we are currently preparing for local government elections. So we are here to encourage people, especially young people, to participate in every electoral processes. We have noted that young generations are no longer interested. The participation is actually dropping each and every year. So I am here as a young individual advocating for participation in democracy processes. So to be in line with the business of the day, as a commission, we would like to inform the community that we have job and business opportunities. So that comes time and again. So for one to apply for these opportunities, and then in terms of job opportunities, we have a portal where applicants can just update their details, they upload their CVs, and apply as in when vacancies are posted. And every year, the elections have opportunities like internships for every graduate. And again, in terms of business opportunities, we have a database that people can then upload their details, upload their company documents, and then when there's a need for businesses, opportunity or services to be rendered for the organization, they can apply there. In closing, I would like to note that we have an e-voting system that is currently been dealt with. As an organization, we know that people are concerned about the e-voting, but for local people, for everyone to participate and know what is currently happening, we will have a participation where people will inform or be engaged about everything that has to do with e-voting. And then that will happen as an e-voting public participation. The dates and every details will be shared, maybe via emails, Facebook, or other social platforms. We know that the e-voting is not yet to be implemented. It won't be implemented as yet in the next coming elections, but there will be some discussion regarding that. My last words are, especially to the young people, I would like to encourage and empower young people to participate in the electoral democracy, in the electoral processes. I would like us to make sure that we empower each other and embrace our civic responsibilities and really play a role in shaping our democracy. My theme for the day is, to the young people, your vote really matters. Thank you so much. I've got an attendance register with me. Can I please have attendees to sign it for me? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to the IEC for providing that information. Members, we are now going to just deal with the last few matters in our agenda. Matters arising from the NCOP, there are none. Petitions, they will be considered on 9 July. Committee members, take note of that. There's no other outstanding matters. And that brings us then to the end of this meeting. I want to thank you for coming here. I want to thank you for your patience. We have learned a lot from you as well. We keep on learning on how to deal very effectively with public engagements like this, and so that we ensure that we become better in our oversight job, that we become better in facilitating your queries and your concerns, and to make sure that the national executive, the provincial executive is held accountable, and that in the end of the day, the budgets that you see here on the screen or that you saw on the screen actually works for you as a community. Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned. Yeah, goodness.
We are